a bit. Hold on. Okay, yeah. Oh, good. Welcome back to the stream. Let me give you a sound back. There you go. This is working. That is working. Here we go. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. Ra-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da. Okie dokie. Dun, 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 dun. I'm just gonna let that play for a second. Wait, I'm tapped out. There we go. And I'm pressing. Wait, what? Okay, apparently this is one of those games where when you plug in the controller after you started the game, it doesn't recognize the controller. Unless... see if I get lucky. Okay. Wonderful. Okay, time to restart real quick. Yeah. Great start. Also, lagging. Wonderful. Sure. Did yeah. Chink. No, actually let me load because I think I accidentally clicked like one further. That should be it. Bum, 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 bum. 17th of April, 12:41 p.m. The Order Bailey, Defendant's Antechamber. Get... wait. It's so weird. The mouse shown on stream is not the same like the mouse shown on my screen. That's bizarre. Anyway. Ah, Gina. How are you holding up? Oh yeah, wait, I should check if I'm how laggy I am. Maybe I should turn myself off again. Starting to feel quite warmly towards the frequent cold showers now. Ginny! Are you alright? Why aren't you saying anything? What's the point here? We go throw this trouble and fight so hard for the likes of me. What? Well, you saw it? That picture? Picture. I saw no picture. Pictures are lies anyway. Pictures aren't real. They steal your souls. Ah, you mean this? The photograph taken by Hurley's red-handed recorder? Well... what's going on? Like something is messed up. Okay, there we go. Well, didn't think it would have captured the scene like this, that's for sure. It's hopeless. Anyone who sees that's gonna think I did it, ain't they? Well, I won't pretend it wasn't a bit of a shock when the prosecution first presented it to court. Surely you gotta have your doubts about me now. You can still think I'm innocent. Of course I can. I can do anything. Oh. Ginny, why don't you talk to us? Tell us what really happened that night. Eh? Bruno's cleverly managed to piece together a lot of new information, but still, we'd really like to hear from you. Alright then. Just after we had dinner together at your place, right, Alice? Then we all had a job in your coffee office, didn't we? Yeah, I remember. After that, I just couldn't get to sleep. So I slipped out and went down the street into the 221. The Windy Banks place, I had to know. Ferris' story was there. What? Ferris' story was there or not? The Hound of the Basketballs? I don't know what it's about enough, and if you ask me, there's something in it that chums don't like. Something what you don't want people reading. So that's why he lied to Iris about sticking it in luck with Windy Bank for safekeeping. Oh, I'm lagging. But it's not... I don't know if it's bad yet or not. If it gets worse, I'll turn myself off. I will vanish again. See, that's what I thought at the time. So you broke into Windy Banks? I just had to know if it was there or not. I mean, I had no idea all of that was gonna kick off, did I? Is the reactor login stuck inside? It was dark as you like in there. I gave the oil lamp on the counter a bit of a week. And that's when... What do you think you're doing? I nearly died, I did. Next thing I knew... I grabbed the gun off the counter and was waving it in the air like I don't know what. Wait, so that's actually her? There's no way. Ah, you're the girl who was here. You're the girl who was here this afternoon. Didn't think pickpockets were in for armed robbery. There, the mental script. Have you got it here? Did Jones leave a lot of papers with you, a story? I beg your pardon. The Hound of the something or other. If it's here, I want to see it. I'm sorry, young lady. But I'd sooner die than relinquish an article belonging to one of my customers. I don't want it. What would I do with it anyway? I just want to see it if it's here, that's all. Oh, you want to see it, do you? Wanna know if Jones really pawned it here or not? Please, just let me see it and I'll go. Oh, very well then. But for pity's sake, stop waving my gun around, would you? So then, the old cove unlocked the storeroom door and we both went inside. It was there alright, the mental script. Those weren't lying after all. You did all that just to check up for me, Ginny? It's getting bad. A mix of bad and good right now. We'll see. It's so far it's better than yesterday at least. Anyway, then there was a bit of a kick-up out in the main bit of the shop. Skulkin brothers arrived at the scene, yes. What was that noise? What was that noise? Someone's breaking in? Dear me. There's some burglars convention here tonight that I don't know about. This guy's so calm. I think I forgot to shut the door behind me, sorry. I better go and take care of it. Could you possibly would I possibly have my gun back? Oh, well, I'll come with you and... No, don't be foolish, young girl. You must stay right here. Don't leave this room under any circumstances. With that, he took the gun out of my hands and walked back out of the shop. I hung back in the storeroom, like he said, straining my ears in the dark to hear what was going on. Sounded like they got into a bit of a scrap, started to think I should help, see. I was just about to go out the storeroom myself, then... Bam, bam! I heard a couple of shots go off, too, I think. Almost at the same time. And then there he was, right at my feet, lying face down on the floor. Right next to the storeroom door, so I slammed it shut and locked it quite as quick as I liked. Visitor who have a head shop, Mr. Winnybang might come for you. Yeah. So I went to grab the old cop's gun. Figured I'd put up a fight at least. When I got a better look at him, I knew. Winnybang was a goner. Pretty funny in me head all of a sudden, kinda dizzy. After that, I don't remember nothing. Must be when you passed out, Gina. If I hadn't done what I done, your cop might still be alive. I'm gonna shut myself off, it's getting annoying. Not helping, you know, with the lag, but at least, you know, you don't see me lagging around. A whale. First I did. But they didn't believe a word of it, did they? All they said was, I keep telling lies, they make things even worse for me. Alright. It'll be alright, Jenny, don't worry. Just stay strong for a little while. Runa's about to put the real culprit through the mail. Ditkov was there on the afternoon. That Edgar Benedict. Still remember how he looked at me like I was nothing. He was there that night. We don't know his real name yet, but I'm convinced that he's involved somehow. Anyway, thank you for telling us what happened, Gina. I appreciate your honesty. You would? You can leave it all in Runa's capable hands now, Ginny. Guineas at world records. Mr. Naraoru? Yeah? How come you trust me? I don't get it. I mean, have you forgotten what happened to you before? Come on. It was only 2 months ago. Me and McGill it. We told you a pack of lies. You got the Bogtarota off with him, even though he was a killer. No, I could never forget that. Oh, I did what I thought was best at the time. But the pain of that era of judgment doesn't get any easier to bear. Still, don't forget that I also made you a promise. Told you that I'd be on your side to the bitter end, no matter what. What if I'm lying? You could be working to get another killer off Dog, all you know. True and real and real and true. I was once in your position, Gina. I was the accused in a trial. You were? Before I left Japan, I was accused of murder. And strange as it might sound, the circumstances of the crime were pretty damning. I was sure that no one would believe it wasn't me who'd done it. Oh, Bruno. But there was one person who stood up for me, who believed in me, and was prepared to defend me. My best friend. The guy who I was later accused of murdering. Yonosuke, no one believes in you more than I do. Believe in the me that believes in you. Wait, sorry, wrong franchise. Leave this to me. All you need to do is put your faith in me and I'll do the rest. I was so happy I cried. But even then, somewhere inside me, I couldn't help thinking, surely he doesn't really believe in me. Not completely. But I was wrong. As soon as my trial began, it was obvious that he had an absolute unwavering belief in me. And in turn, I developed an absolute unwavering belief in him. Since then, I came to realize, if you want someone to believe in you, you have to believe in the other person first. What you're seeing comes you, Gina, that no matter what happens, I keep believing in you. So, you don't need to worry. I won't let you down. Even though I'm a diver, and no good liar, you're not like Mrs. McGilded. I know that. Yeah. That's right. You're a friend, Ginny. That guy was just our employer. We know you better than you think. And we've come to the conclusion that you're someone we can trust. That's really all we need to know. Exactly. Mr. Neraoro, I... Defendant Gina Lestard and her legal representative. Court proceedings are about to resume. Please head into the courtroom immediately. Yes, of course, thank you. I've been both a defendant and the defending lawyer in my time, so I knew only too well just how hard it was to put all your faith in another. And I also knew just how hard it was. Bear the burden of another putting all their faith in you. This is at last, the final chapter, the final battle. April 1:41 p.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. I hereby call this court to order as we resume the trial of Miss Gina Lestrade. Lord Von Zieks, have you successfully I need to, like, they've used this so many times. How do you pronounce that? Hold on. If only I could spell it correctly.
Subpoenaed.
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 Subpoenaed. Okay. That. Okay. What Von Zieks, have you successfully subpoenaed the witness? The subpoena was delivered to the communications station where the man works immediately, my lord. However, the heavy rain has delayed the arrival of his carriage, it would seem. I see. Then let us turn our attention to Inspector Gregson's presses of the case heard by the court this morning. The glaring omission of the third bullet in your report is a serious blunder, Inspector. Yes, I can only apologize, my lord. And although the defense's chemical analysis of the blood at the scene makes for a compelling argument, I cannot permit such untried methods to be used as evidence in my courtroom. It's a big mistake to cross Hurley and me. A very big mistake. My lord, the subpoenaed witness has just arrived in the building. Thank you, officer. Show him to the stand without delay. Mr. Edgar Benedict. Didn't expect to be crossing paths with him again so soon, and certainly not like this. Thank you for complying to the court's subpoena at such short notice, sir. But of course, my lord, as an upstanding member of London society, it is my pleasure to oblige. So, kindly state your name and occupation for the record. Ashley Graydon, Communications Officer. Mr. Graydon, I both work in what? Mr. Graydon and I both work at London's Central Communication Station. Now, perhaps somebody would kindly explain what all of this is about. You were apprised of the situation by the court officer on your way here, I presume? Yes, I was. Something to do with a murder that took place at a pawnbroker's on Baker Street. And some nonsense about me having been there on the night in question. That is the accusation indeed. This really is beyond a joke, you know? Well, without further delay, the court will hear your testimony now, Mr. Graydon. You will respond to the accusation made against you under oath. Shwiggity shwoody. Gladly, my lord. Gladly. Rum, dum, dum. The accusation. Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time. But are you seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs to break into the place on the night of the murder? I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation. Even if certain parties here present claim that my blood was found at the scene. Some sacramouche detective's homebrewed tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence. So, you deny the accusation completely, do you? I must say, I'm dismayed. The highest court in the land to be swayed by this self-professed detective story. It was the will of the jury, and our great British justice system demands that the jury's will is upheld. But then it was seen that we have the misfortune of a most inept assembly of jurors today. By golly. How long am I expected to be detained here? If, following the defense's cross-examination, your involvement in this matter has not been established, you will be free to leave immediately. Good. Then I shall be away in time for afternoon tea, and with some small consolation, at last. At last, I didn't read that, honestly. I just glanced at it. Fuck. Now, let us not hold up Mr. Graydon any longer than necessary, counsel. Proceed with the cross-examination. So, we meet again, Mr. Edgar Benedict. Or is it Mr. Graydon? My apologies. You are... Ryunosuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer. We've met. If you say so, Ashley Graydon, enchanté. So... He did it. He threw the hat. I trust we can conclude this quickly. I'm not holding your flashy hat while we do. Oh, I got a full refill on life, that's so nice. Naturally, I've occasion to make use of pawnbroking services, so does everybody as far as I'm aware of. Yes, we even met at the very pawnbrokery where the crime took place on the afternoon of the day in question. Though, of course, you introduced yourself by a different name at the time. It was Mr. Edgar Benedict, I believe. Tell me. The witness is here to testify about events that took place that night. He's under no obligation to answer such unrelated questions. You can't be serious. Thank you, because I certainly do not feel inclined to answer such an inappropriate question. So he's going to be evasive, is he? An effort not to give anything away. This could be tricky. But are you seriously suggesting I could collude with these thugs?
Hold it!
Maybe. Have you seen these two men before? This pair? No, I don't associate with criminals. Said by the man who introduced himself as Edgar Benedict. Dude, it's an alias. We were made well aware of the fact that pretty much a lot of people, depending on their station, use aliases. At like to know who I have to thank for this. Who made this outlandish accusation against me? The young lawyer there in the black. This is false. Whose idea was it to permit an outsider to work in a British court anyway? Well, needless to say, I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation.
Hold it!
Where were you at around 1 in the morning on the night in question, sir? You could just say sleeping. That is past the hour at which I would normally retire. Certainly. I was not in the company of these rapscallions. You able to prove that? How would you prove sleeping?
Objection!
Listen carefully, my learned Nipponese friend. You appear to be under a gross misapprehension on the point. What do you mean? The witness maintains he was not at the scene of the crime. He has no obligation to prove his absence. If your accusation is that the witness was present at the scene, the obligation lies with you to prove your assertion. You will fulfill that obligation before putting any more unreasonable questions to the witness. Yo! Silent victory wiggle. Even if certain parties here present claim that my blood was found at the scene.
Hold it!
Blood was found at the scene. There's no question of that. Mr. Sholmes' chemical analysis has positively identified the substance as such. But I am not the only human to have blood running through my veins, am I? How can you be so sure that the blood is mine? It could equally be the blood of one of these two miscreants. Every individual's blood has a slightly different composition, it seems. Mr. Sholmes' chemical... Spare me the science lesson. Who's this Sholmes character anyway? Oh, I assumed all Londoners would know the name. He's a great... well, he's a renowned detective. And some even you are unable to bring yourself to say great detective. A great detective, you say? No. We're in the realm of fairy tales, are we? What's your issue here?
Excuse me!
Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Skulkin? What? Me? No, Mr. Skulkin next to you. Right, I've had it up to here with this. How many times am I going to tell? Yes, I know, you're not big bro sulky. Mr. Nice Skulkin. Eh? Can't blame me, Governor. You what? What? Is it not the case that when Mr. Graydon just spoke, a thought went through your mind? Would you care to share that thought with the court? Yeah? Like what? I don't have none of them. Must have been it. You what? Mr. Nice Skulkin, answer the question, please. What went through your mind when Mr. Graydon just spoke? Nothing. Honest God, nothing. I was just thinking. If he waves his arms around like that much more, it'll open up the wound again, that's all. What wound? We took a bullet, of course. It was only 2 days ago. It ain't gonna be healed up yet. So, it was a, well, you know, it was very permanent. Oh, bells, bells. Mr. Green. Did you hear that? What? Your Kermit is worried about you, it seems. On account of your injured arm. My lord. Yes, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these two wretches are talking about. Certainly. It should be expected to answer anything, and it shouldn't be expected to answer anything in relation to their mindless insinuations. You know that someone other than the victim was hit by a bullet at the scene of the crime 2 nights ago? And from the height of the bullet hole in the wall, that person was likely hit in the upper arm. Perhaps you'd allow the court officials to examine your arm, sir? The left arm that you're currently clasping with your right hand as if in pain? No, I refuse. You've shown no evidence whatsoever that links me to these common thieves. Accordingly, I am not obliged to permit any such invasion of my privacy. As I've already said, I'm completely uninvolved in all this. I've never had anything to do with the pawnbrokery where this fellow was killed whatsoever. I take offense at the insinuation that I was in any way involved. You claim to have had nothing whatsoever to do with Mr. Winniebank's pawnbrokery? My lord, the defense would like that last statement to be added to Mr. Grayson's formal testimony. Graydon. Very well, counsel. The bottom line is, I've never had anything to do with the pawnbrokering establishment where the man was killed.
Hold it!
Hold it! You gotta shoot somebody. Oh my god, it's gotten bad with the legs. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. Da, 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 da. Never had anything to do with that? You forget that I was there, Mr. Graydon, on the very afternoon of the incident. Obviously, I'm not a complete stranger to the pawnbrokers. I'm currently on the lookout for an armchair to furnish my study.
Objection!
No, you were there to redeem an article. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Excuse me!
You have something to add, Inspector. Hey, come again, Sunshine? You were there too, in fact, weren't you, Inspector? That afternoon. Yes, I do remember meeting yourself in the pawnbroker's that afternoon. You, the young Japanese assistant, and the accused were all present, as I recall. And at that time, the witness, Mr. Graydon, was trying to acquire a particular article. Oh, well now. I'm afraid I don't remember too clearly. But, I'm sorry? What? But you must. I'm not going to lie and pretend I remember something that I don't. What's going on here? Rexy showed us a picture before, didn't he? You know, from the cameras that Hurley installed in Windy Banks. Yeah, of course. Indeed, and the gentleman pictured bears a striking resemblance to the witness, I must say. Exactly, which proves that Mr. Graydon was in the shop on the afternoon in question. At no point have I denied that fact. I merely entered the shop to peruse the articles on sale and have a word with the broker. Nothing more. This makes no sense. I understand why Mr. Graydon might be trying to cover his tracks. But why would Mr. Gregson be trying to avoid giving testimony about what happened? How he's going to sound the matter as it. What do you think, Bruno? I think he has no intention of telling us anything. He's well aware that the less he says, the less chance he has of giving himself away. The complete opposite of Hurley, then. Seems to think that the more he says, the better. Well, at least I managed to phrase a little more information from the witnesses' lips. Oh, thanks for the Skulkin brothers. The Skulkin brothers. Yes. They were the key to it, after all. So, he says he has nothing to do with the Windy Bangs. With Windy Bangs. Well, we know that's not true. Perhaps it would be a good time to have a proper look through the court record. Good idea. You never know what tiny scrap of information could become a valuable weapon. So we have to either prove that he was there, or that he has a connection to these two. That's something else. There's something about it in the newspaper. No. I mean, we have this, but does that actually count as proof? I don't want to lose all my lives already at the beginning of the trial.
Objection!
Have you ever seen this disc before, Mr. Graydon? Why? Is that supposed to mean something? This disc was, until the day of his murder, in pawn in Mr. Windybank's shop. It was redeemed by the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, that afternoon. However, somebody mysteriously appeared to try to take it from her. And that somebody was you, of course. Wasn't it, Mr. Graydon? As I've reiterated numerous times now, you're mistaken. That was not me. I've never seen that disc before in my life. It may have escaped your notice, but there's a small smear of blood on the disc. Ah, yes, resulting from an abrasion on of the thumb, perhaps? That's right. The surface of the disc is covered in hundreds of tiny metal bumps. In the skirmish to acquire the disc, the thumb of the person who tried to take it suffered minor lacerations. So, while the disc bears the remnants of that skirmish in the form of this smear of blood, the thumb of the person in question must bear the remnants also, in the form of a scratch. Good gracious, indeed it must. Okay, but he works in a communications network thing, so him having like minor scratches on his thumb is like not out of this world, especially like generally speaking, who doesn't have scratches on their fingers? You refused to allow the court officers to examine your arm before. Are you now going to refuse to allow us to examine your thumb? Because I have no doubt that it bears a small scratch consistent with the smear of blood on this disc. Well, well. It would seem I underestimated you. What is the meaning? What is the meaning of this? So you admit it now? You admit you have a scratch on your thumb from when you attempted to take the disc from the defendant? Still gonna know why Greg's is being a weirdo. Order! Order! Well, Mr. Graydon, what say you? Art thou stinky? It would appear there's been something of a misunderstanding here. I did not attempt to take the disc, as you put it. No, quite the reverse. What are you trying to say? It's really quite simple, you see. The disc was mine from the outset. Is there some crime in taking an item that you own out of pawn? What? And it won't seem, Mr. Graydon, that in this piece of evidence, my learned friend has established a link between yourself and the incident. Accordingly, you will tell the court everything you know about this disc now. As you wish. Though, I'm quite sure it has nothing to do whatsoever with the pawnbroker's murder. Ka-ching. The disc. There's a note on the disc saying, from McGilded, but that the item belongs to me. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused, that filthy gutterling, on the day in question. I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night. Did I hear you correctly, sir? McGilded, you say? The famous London philanthropist? Who perished in this very courtroom 2 months ago after being acquitted of a distinctly messy murder? Yes, my lord. The one and the same. Good lord. Mr. Graydon. Are you saying that Mr. McGilded and yourself were acquainted? Yes, that's correct. Order! Well, I certainly didn't expect to hear that name uttered here in my courtroom again. According to what Gina told us, this disc was placed in pawn on that fateful night 2 months ago. McGilded himself gave instructions to deposit it at Windy Banks. It's funny that Mr. Graydon here is claiming the disc belongs to him then, isn't it? No likelihood he's lying. So he appears that afternoon at Windy Banks in order to get his hands on McGilded's disc for some reason. Counsel, you will commence your cross-examination, please. Now, what is that to cross-examine, though?
Hold it!
Would you care to explain how this belongs to you? As you will observe, A communications officer such as myself commands a fine salary. You are certainly exquisitely dressed, sir. So you see, I have little need to make use of the services provided by the pawnbrokery trade. However, I did once find myself in difficulties having misplaced my purse whilst on an errand, which is why I pawned my fine black overcoat to the broker in question. You claimed that was your overcoat? Obviously. And in my haste, I completely forgot that the music box disc was in its pocket. And yet there's a note on it that reads for McGilded. I'm a collector of rare and unusual music box. This box, what? Rare music box, what? Music box music, okay. I first met Mr. McGilded at a gentleman's club in the city and was interested to discover that he shared my penchant in that area. Oh, the disc in question. It's a pre-production sample. I promised to let Mr. McGilded hear it. But then you forgot that I was in the pocket of your overcoat you were forced to pawn. Yes, exactly. Gina didn't mention any of that in her testimony 2 months ago, did she? No, because McGilded had threatened her to keep her mouth shut. Which means that if we dig too deeply here, it's going to expose Gina's perjury. Oh dear. This is complicated, isn't it? Let's leave it alone for the time being. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused net filthy gatling on the day in question.
Hold it!
So you're saying that Miss Lestrade lifted the ticket from your pocket or bag? That's right. Despite being mindful of danger when walking in the insalubrious areas her kind frequent.
Objection!
Miss Lestrade did no such thing. Well, of course you would take her stance, but the girl is a regular offender. You came to the pawnbrokery that day prepared with all the information you need to identify the defendant. You were looking for her. That's what brought you to Winniebank's. To get your hands on Mr. McGilded's
Objection!
Objection! My learned friend is a veritable font of nonsense. Nonsense? I concur with you. I concur with the prosecution. Counsel, you will refrain from conjecturing in this way, is that clear? Yeah, my lord. Then I will continue with my testimony for what possible use it can be. I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain the situation and redeem my article.
Hold it!
Oh, the phone. Have you ever been to Winniebank's before? Well, you must have, you know, pawned it. Only once, for the purpose of pawning something. But like many, I enjoy browsing in such establishments. So, when you noticed that the pickpocket had taken your ticket, you chased after her, was that correct? Yes, that's right. I hadn't noticed it first, of course. Such is the art of the pig purse. But when I did, I headed to the pawnbrokery at once, in order to reclaim my coat for the thief, before the thief could. I was merely trying to recover what was rightfully mine in the first place. And so what he likes, because he knows we have no evidence to contradict him on this. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. Yeah, it was taken by Inspector Gregson here, wasn't it? Oops, wrong button. That's right. This was the very man. Apparently the police aren't collecting anything that was has a connection to Mr. McGilded as evidence. What you got to say, my boy?
Excuse me.
Excusey. Something wrong, Inspector? Uh, what you mean? The last remark Mr. Graydon made in his testimony seemed to trouble you in some way. No, it didn't. It's nothing. Leave it alone. Let me ask you this, Inspector. Why in Scotland Yard gathering Mr. McGilded's possessions? I can tell you something like that, Sunshine. Mr. Inspector. Investigative secrets. Yes, exactly. You should know all about that. Magnus McGilded, who died so unexpectedly after his trial 2 months ago. A man renowned throughout the capital for his great contributions to public life. Yet he had a dark side too. Where are you going with this one, Zeeks? I suppose the police were dealing with the aftermath of his nefarious activities, are they? That's enough. Looks like we have duties to carry out that we are not at liberty to talk about. That's all you need to know. Duties conferred by Lord Strongheart, I presume. The Lord Chief Justice appears to have great faith in you, Inspector. The bottom line is, if you wanna get more out of me, you're gonna need Lord Strongheart's paw print first. What's all this about? It's like there's something going on between Gregson and Lord Von Zeeks here. Well, it would appear that the Inspector has revealed all he is at liberty to reveal. Mr. Graydon, let us return to your testimony. Gladly, my lord. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night.
Hold it!
Or perhaps you've been seen something of value among the forfeited items? No, not at all. Oh. Value was brought in by the police to assess everything in the shop. Without exception, every article on the shelves was common or garden. What? Common or garden bric-a-brac. In that case, it's clear. You broke into the shop later that day in order to recover Mr. McGilded's disc, but that doesn't make sense. The police had it. Yeah. So there was nothing of Mr. McGilded's left in the shop that night. Nothing this man might... I mean, there was one more thing. I don't know if that's really true. We just can't... Can we prove it? We have like a receipt that there was one more thing? He realized he was going to be arrested on suspicion of Omeo's murder. He threatened Gina and forced her to take the redemption ticket. Not all about it. Yeah. After anything left behind by Mr. Gilded as well. Inspector Gregson ended up taking the disc into custody that day. Yeah. Is one of the receipts mentioning the other thing? One small box. There we go.
Objection!
The disc was deposited at Windy Banks on Magnus McGillet's instructions. You knew that, and you went there with the intention of obtaining it yourself.
Objection!
Conjecture again. And in any case, the disc was taken into custody by the police that afternoon. The witness had no reason to visit the pawnbrokery again that night.
Objection!
Sorry, my learned friend, but that's not true. What? Mr. McGillet had another article in Pawn at Windy Banks, as this second pawnbroker's ticket proves. There were 2 articles belonging to Mr. McGillet in Windy Banks pawnbrokery, and the reason you broke into the shop that night was to recover the second one, together with your 2 accomplices, the Scolvin brothers. This is the second ticket, is it? What had the man deposited? The article's description reads, one small box. A rather vague description, it seems to me. Are you suggesting that I broke into the pawnbrokery with these clowns in order to steal some trinket box? I believe there are adequate grounds to suspect that you did. This is absurd. Why on earth would I do such a thing? Once the article had been forfeited, I could simply walk into the shop and purchase it. There would be absolutely no need for me to resort to theft. To that point. Indeed. The witness makes a solid argument. So that means that for some reason this Graydon fellow needed the small box at that very night, does it? It's time to put an end to this nonsense, my lord. Could you be less cryptic, Lord Von Zeeks? I do hate to ruin my learned friend's argument, but the truth is quite incontrovertible. On the night in question, no small box was taken from Windy Bank's pawnbrokery. And rest assured, the prosecution can prove it. What? Good gracious. Inspector, show the photographic prints to the court, if you please. These prints were taken from one of the detective's security cameras. These red-handed recorders again. As previously explained, using this plan of the shop's layout, the victim's establishment was furnished with automatic cameras in 2 locations. According to the information on this ticket, the gilded small box had been forfeited already. 2 days before the incident at 9 PM on the 13th of April to be precise, which means it would have been in the shelves on forfeited items in the shop front. Now, what I have here is a print taken by one of the cameras about 2 hours before the incident. That's at 11 PM on the 15th of April. The victim certainly had a very full shop, it would appear. It must be the blue one, right? And then, here we have another print. This one was taken about 2 hours after the incident. So we got 2 pictures to compare. I'd love to have a closer look, so I can maybe figure it out before I put it in the thingy-majingy. But I must say that placing them side by side leaves me cold. Dear me, that's starting to make my head ache. Obviously, at Scotland Yard we consider theft as one possible motive in this case. We explore the possibilities that something had been taken in addition to the victim's life. So, your men have already compared these 2 prints thoroughly, Inspector? Yes, sir. We counted every single item in each of these 2 photographic prints. And the AI's conclusion is that exactly the same number are present in both. In other words, nothing was taken from the pawnbrokery on that night in question. And my learned friend's assertion is nothing more than a hopeful fantasy. I can't believe it. If I could have just shown that he'd stolen McGillet's pawn box, I might have been able to break him down at last. You know what, Bruno? Been thinking. Don't tell me the solution. One of these 2 photographs really are exactly the same. Exactly. What? So, Consul, in the light of the evidence put forward by the prosecution, what is your position? Wait, are they in court record already? Please let me get them into the... Seems that, in fact, on the night in question, nothing was stolen from the victim's establishment. Do you accept the prosecution's assertion? No. Could there be some hidden discrepancy in these 2 photographic prints somewhere? Point it out. Use as piece of evidence? I prefer this. Wait, can I look at them first? Okay, let me see if I can maybe... I don't even know what distance I should be for this. I think my screen is too big to make this work properly. Okay, let me look at it like a scrub first. The blue box seems undisturbed, and so does the green one on top. So maybe it's another box. Oh yeah, I see it. It's the... If you look at the horse and then the bottom row, the first one to the right, the brown box. I wasn't sure at first, but there's a clear discrepancy between these 2 prints. What? You must identify the location in question for the court counsel.
Take that!
Hexot! Granted, these 2 prints are almost identical. However, there's one minor discrepancy between them. What? When you view the 2 pictures stereoscopically, a single area stands out as being different in the location of this small box. Let me... wait. Unbelievable. Sorry, wrong voice. By Jove. You're right. How extraordinary. What this tells us is very simple. Mr. McGillet's small box was indeed not stolen from Windy Banks on the night in question. However, there can be no doubt. that somebody picked up this particular box and then returned it to its place on the shelves. He's suggesting that the small box originally deposited by Mr. McGill is in fact... Yes, that very same small box I just identified in those photographic prints.
Objection!
Mindless guesswork. What if it was? So a box was moved on the shelf, nothing was stolen, which means quite simply that nothing was changed. That may be true, but... Alright, McGillet's box wasn't stolen then. Obviously it's the contents, come on now. But doesn't the fact that it was moved like it... that change things? I believe this changes everything about the case. How can that possibly be? The crucial point is the fact that what was moved was a small box. In other words, we have to consider what might have been inside that box. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that we need to examine that box as soon as possible. A vital piece of evidence is sitting on the shelves at Winniebank's as we speak.
Objection!
That won't be necessary. Some little box belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can't possibly be relevant to this trial. The court does not uphold your objection, Lord Wanzix. Bailiff, arrange for an officer to go to Baker Street at once. Obtain the small box in question and bring it back here for further examination. Yep. We should have a report within half an hour. I think perhaps we should recess for a short time until the evidence is brought forth. To be hoodwinked by such a farce. Disappointing. I beg your pardon, Lord Wanzix? This is nothing but a smokescreen. A Nipponese specialty, it would seem. What are you trying to say? My learned friend has persisted with the same line of reasoning from the very beginning. That this witness's intent was to steal an article belonging to Mr. McGillet from the pawnbrokery. Yet common sense tells us that none of the articles have value enough to be worth stealing in the first place. Exactly. It would be beyond absurd to break into a place for the purpose of stealing such commonplace property. True. If your lordship recalls, Mr. McGildet perished 2 months ago, immediately after the conclusion of his trial. A trial in which he was found not guilty. A trial in which he was established he was the upstanding member of society, his reputation implied, in fact. So I propose to toast to my learned friend and his most insightful defense. The articles this upstanding member of society pawned were entirely ordinary. A black overcoat that just happened to have a music box disc in one of its pockets, and a small box. I thought the overcoat was yours. Now you're changing your story? What are you on about? I assure you, I wouldn't accept even... what? I wouldn't accept even if the man tried to make a gift of such things to me. The prosecution's argument is undeniably compelling. It is incumbent on the defense how to bolster its argument. And to explain what possible significance these commonplace articles pawned by this fine citizen could have. Well, counsel, is your argument in fact demonstrable? Are you able to prove that the disc or the box are in any tangible way related to this case? Well, what's the matter, Bruno? We know that they're related, don't we? They're both vital pieces of evidence. Yes, of course. You and I both know that. We know Mr. McGildett's true character, and we know the disc is significant, even if we don't know why. But if we explain all that to the court at this point, we'll have to acknowledge that McGildett's acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake. That the defense's argument was flawed, based on false information. And that would mean admitting that Gina committed perjury. But Jeannie... Could it be that Von Zieks knows? Is that why he's doing this now? Because he anticipated everything? But maybe... this could be a great opportunity for us. Sorry? What do you mean, Iris? Well, what is it that you always say, Bruno? Sooner or later, the truth comes out, every time. Alright. The exact significance of the thing that McGildet posited with Mr. Windybank is something that only Gina can explain to the court. If I put her on the stand to testify about that, it would critically damage our chances of winning this case. The right thing to do here. I mean, it's better she's committed, you know, she's found for perjury than for murder, I feel like. We gotta push the evidence we have before it gets thrown out the window. The defense would like to make a proposal. Oh, what proposal, counsel? Well, the court awaits the arrival of Mr. McGilded's small box. I would like to call the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, to the witness stand. The defendant? To what end? It is to do with the various articles deposited at Windybanks by Mr. McGildet, my lord. Miss Lestrade has information relating to them. I believe it would be beneficial for the court to hear what she has to say. It will prove the significance of the articles in question once and for all. Well, things are becoming interesting. I presume you've considered the implications of the testimony you're proposing. In particular, the impact it will have on the accused's standing, and indeed your own. I have. Lord Von Zieks, would you care to explain that last remark? The prosecution accepts the defense's proposal. I move to interrupt the cross-examination of the current witness and hear from the accused herself. Very well. You have no objection. So the court will now hear the testimony of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. You witnesses currently in the stand may keep holding down step down until further notice. Then I shall bid you good day. Wait. You, sir, shall remain in the stand while Miss Lestrade testifies. As you wish. Right then, Gina. It's time. I know this will be hard, but please, put your faith in me here. Good luck, Bruno. The articles that Mr. McGildet had deposited in Windybank's pawnbrokery are intimately related with the omnibus case, the trial of which was heard in this courtroom 2 months ago. Yes, and I remember this young lady being brought before me in that trial as well. That's right, my lord. Her testimony helped to establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. McGildet. The omnibus case was intriguing, to say the least. And now, we are all again. What? Here we all are again. The same players, that trial facing each other once more. And twist of fate, perhaps, Mandipone's friend. Allow me to recap the events of 2 months ago. An old brickmaker was stabbed to death on an omnibus running along London's winter streets. Apart from the victim, there was only one other person in the carriage, Mr. McGildet. Naturally, he was the prime suspect of the murder. But as the trial progressed, another possibility emerged. That the murder, in fact, took place above the defendant's head on the roof deck, with the body being dropped through the skylight into the carriage below. It was Miss Lestrade whose testimony brought that possibility to light. At the time of the incident, Miss Lestrade was concealed under the seat of in the carriage, hoping to pick the pockets of unsuspecting passengers. Then immediately after the trial, being acquitted of the murder, Mr. McGildet died in this very courtroom in the most extraordinary of circumstances. A mystery that remains unsolved even now, 2 months on. As indeed does the omnibus murder itself. Be that as it may, I recall neither the disc nor the small box being mentioned in the court of those proceedings. Miss Lestrade, would you tell the court now, please? What really happened in the omnibus 2 months ago, I mean? I don't know what you mean. I already said all I would know. And what about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell? Please, Miss Lestrade, this is extremely important. But... Remember, little girl. If it transpires that you willfully withheld information in the trial 2 months ago, the Home Office will seek to prosecute you for perjury. And naturally, you will lose all credibility as a witness. Although, let's face facts, you have little credibility to lose. Don't listen to him, Ginny. Please, you have to trust Runo now. Iris? Be on your side. Alright then. A dog. It's the right choice, Gina. Well, it would seem that my learned friend is hellbent on bringing the entire courtroom down about his ears. So be it. I must confess that I'm struggling to understand what on earth is happening here. However, it would appear that Mr. McGildet pawned articles in that extraordinary case of the omnibus. Harbor secrets, of which we may have been hitherto unaware. So, Miss Lestrade, you will now give your testimony before the court, about the events of 2 months ago. You will reveal the truth. The commodity is sorely lacking in your original statements. This is it then. Everything's going to come out. Like Van Ziek said, this could bring the whole courtroom down about my ears. But as a lawyer, I'm prepared to take that risk. The real truth of the omnibus case. Truth is, the brickmaker was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time. The Irishman dragged me out from under the seat. I saw the disc on the floor. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from over my head, and the pair on the roof deck went off the colder slopes. That's when McGilded slipped the driver out some tin to do a run to a pawn shop around town. Threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I'd seen or heard. Good grief, this is outrageous. What you've just told the court bears almost no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago. As you say, my lord. Then there's every chance I may have educated the error in McGillet's trial. Adjudicated in error. Sounds very much to me as if the man deliberately deceived this court in an effort to cover up the most wicked of schemes. Without doubt, your lordship is correct. A great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago. And the actions of the accused in their trial, of this witness, and of my learned friend are entirely inexcusable. I don't believe it. The whole trial was a farce, it was all lies. Mr. McGill was a road to the court, just like the pickpocket. Don't forget the lawyer from the east. They were all in it together. You're wrong. You're the lawyer there. Mr. Otto, the lawyer there. He didn't know nothing about it. Humbug. I don't think so. Are we really expected to believe that? He really stitched everyone up, didn't he? What an operation to get the man off scot-free. Unforgivable. Stop. The lies have to stop. Stop. Yes, the defense made a terrible error of judgment. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences are deemed appropriate. However, it's imperative that the court allows the witness to elaborate on her testimony. Because the true significance of Mr. McGilded's pawned articles must be brought to light. Very well, my learned student friend. Given the depths of calamity you have just plunged yourself into, this may well be worth hearing. Words fail me. The situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, my lord. You will decide. I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial. Of course, my lord. Blimey, Mr. Naruhodo. Now, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. The real truth of the omnibus case. Truth is that Brickmaker Cove was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time.
Hold it!
You were hiding in the cabin at the time as well, weren't you, Mr. Strong? I remember rightly. In the storage compartment underneath one of the seats. Yeah, that's right. It's pitch black under there, so you can't see nothing at all. Now, in your testimony 2 months ago, I feel certain that you claimed Mr. McGilded was the sole passenger, did you not? False testimony, my lord. That's all she wrote. That's what he told me I had to say. Whoa, what are these two conspiring about? Why are they in cahoots? I thought he just had his back turned and, like, you know, being childish, stubborn. Why is he? It's important that you tell us the truth now. Were Mr. McGilded and the victim acquaintances? I don't know. But I did hear him talking a lot. What were they talking about? Well, couldn't hear too well, but if I had to say, I think it was about money or something. They kept talking about Boyne and not Boyne. Perhaps business dealings of some kind. Well, anyway, make it louder and louder, so that you sound like a proper fight. Pretty scared by then, hardly dare to breathe, and then, all of a sudden, I heard a noise like someone kept keeling over on the floor. It was blooming loud and all. And I believe you let out an involuntary scream. Yeah. That's what gave me away. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw the disc on the floor. Was the disc you saw this disc? Yeah, I reckon it probably was. It was right next to the cove lying on the floor. But this disc have belonged to the victim, perhaps. I don't know. But McGilded picked up a pretty smartish. Then he said the cove with the knife in his belly up on the seat. What did he have to say to you at the time? Told me not to say a word about what I'd seen or heard to no one. About the disc and all. I was dead scared. The way he was looking at me, I thought I didn't go along with it. I get stuck with that knife too. He started asking me a lot of questions. Like what my name was and where I lived and that. He asked me about being a diver too. But after a while, that happened to the carriage. What had happened and the carriage was noticed. Yeah, that's right. Because there was a kind of a rapping noise. All of a sudden I heard a scream.
Hold it!
There were two gentlemen occupying the seats on the roof deck, I believe. That's right. They must have looked down through the skylight and noticed the guy with the knife in his guts. When they screamed, the driver pulled up the horses and McGilded got me out outside. Outside? Where? Like under the seat where I started off. Once the carriage came to an halt, the two cops from the roof ran off to fetch the slops. They immediately left to fetch the police. It would appear they were entirely unrelated to the incident. So that left McGilded, the driver, and you still at the scene. Yeah, only the driver didn't know I was there because I was on the seat. Heard the cabin door open and a voice from outside. The driver, yes. He also testified on the trial, I believe. Fellow went by the name of Beppo, if memory serves. What did McGilded and the driver say to each other? I don't know what happened and stuff like that mainly. This McGilded slipped the driver something to do.
Hold it!
That pawn shop obviously being Windy Banks on Baker Street. Just a moment, Council. Do you mean to tell me that the driver gave false testimony in that trial as well? Perhaps the excursion to the pawnbrokery slipped his mind when he was on the stand. Indeed, Lord 16. McGilded took off his coat and gave it to the driver. He folded it up all careful, like, before he had handed it over. When I saw him do that, I remember thinking, that coat and what's in it's gotta be worth a few bob. And Gina sure was sure the disc must be worth more than Mr. Windybank was suggesting, wasn't she? Remember her quibbling with him of the price that afternoon at the pawnbrokery? The driver took a look pretty happy when McGilded flashed some brass in his face. He went running off at a leak. And the bog trotter called me and told me to come out from the Drake's cabin. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I'd seen or heard. Well done, Gina. Can't believe kind of been easy to tell the truth like that. Ginny's really put her faith in you, Runo. Yeah, and to thank her, she'll have to face a charge of perjury once this trial's over. So, I need to use the time we have now to get as much information out of her as possible. Time to really go for it. Press on every statement. I suppose I should. Oh, and another thing. What's that? Take a look at those two. Isn't it strange that they've been whispering to each other the entire time? Yeah, that is strange. Looks like they're having a secret discussion about something. Not sure I'm completely comfortable with that. Wonder if there's anything I can do about it. Wait, hold on. I'm pressing wrong buttons. And I just hit them up even if they don't react. Let's try this.
Excuse me.
Is there something you'd like to share with the call, Inspector Gregson and Mr. Graydon? Inspector, Mr. Graydon! Come on! Blimey! Trying to give me a heart attack! We've been whispering to one another for quite some time now. Tell us what the discussion is about. Discussion? This fella! All the other one, sunshine. Think I got anything to talk about with a shady gent like this? I have nothing to say to this uncouth detective after he deprived me of that disc that was rightfully mine. They've clearly been talking the entire time they've been cross-examining. I've been cross-examining Gina. As if they've been negotiating. You will kindly refrain from talking amongst yourselves while the witness is giving testimony. Yes, sorry, my lord. What were those two talking about? Miss Lestrade, continue with the testimony, please. Don't I just press on everything again to see where they take issue?
Close.
Hold it!
Boop, 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 boop.
Hold it!
Did they have anything to say, to do? What are they doing right now? I wanna check them again. No, they're just vibing. Bum, bum, bum.
Hold it!
Really? What's going on here? Do I need to deal with the
Hold it!
Do I need to hit her with a contradiction? Or did I accidentally skip over one? I don't remember. There was another thing he said, which was... Do we have to hang on to the ticket from the pawn shop and make sure not to lose it? Ticket? Did I not press this one? Right, never. Said that if you didn't show up to get the ticket off me before 2 months pass, I had to go to the pawn shop and pay the money to keep the lug in the lug, so it from being forfeited. Left me with some brass pay for it. Really? Why on earth would Mr. McGilded have done such a thing? Depositing his overcoat with a pawnbroker of the arrival of the police. It makes no sense at all. There would seem to be only one logical explanation, my lord. Well, Mr. McGilded had the driver deposit at Winnie Banks. It was something he didn't want the police to see. Something very important that he needed to hide at all costs. Anyway, after that, he let me go. So I legged it before the coppers showed up. Thank you, Mr. Lestrade. Thank you, Counsel. Well enough. I believe we now have a reasonable understanding of what actually transpired in the omnibus. Maybe just get it because, I don't know, those who stopped chit-chattering. Appeared that on the night 2 months ago, a negotiation was taking place on the omnibus. Negotiation concerning this disc, however, matters did not run smoothly. And the parties involved began to quarrel over price. McGilded took what he wanted by force, at the expense of the other man's life. Which proves my point. The disc is clearly extremely valuable in some way. Although I don't understand why as yet. And 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, McGilded's coat and its contents were due to be forfeited. I didn't know what I should do with the ticket. I mean, the cove died right after its trial. I knew that. And so, you decided you would try to claim the articles as your own. Oh, why not, eh? They were only gonna be forfeited. Why shouldn't I have got 'em? Anyway, you can't blame me for thinking about it. Thinking ain't no crime. Yes, Lestrade. It would appear Mr. McGilded was prepared to kill in order to take possession of this disc. Do you know where that would be? Eh? I got no clue. But I reckon it must be worth a fair bit of brass. I was probably gonna sell it. And I can't blame you for thinking that. Thinking this ain't no crime. My lord. The evidence your lordship requested has been located and is ready for the court's inspection, sir. Bum, 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 bum. There's gonna be a music box. A mysterious little box deposited by Mr. McGilded 2 months ago. There's no doubt in my mind that it's a key piece in this far-reaching puzzle. Dun, 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 dun. Really? Another intermission? Looks like a miniature version of a, thing that the judge says in the courtroom. Small box deposited with the pawnbroker by Mr. McGilded 2 months ago. And on the night of Mr. Winniebank's murder, the only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke into the shop. Hey, quick, let's open it and see what's inside. Oh, hell yeah. But gracious, this is no ordinary box, it seems. Oh, although in truth, I had an inkling that might be the case. It would appear the box houses a miniature music box movement. Then, is it too much to expect? I think it would be reasonable to assume that it is a device for the playback of this disc, my lord. So, here we have the means to play back Mr. McGilded's disc and deposit it at Winniebank's at the same time. Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not McGilded's disc. It was the disc of his victim in the omnibus. But why? For heaven's sake. Are we to understand that the brickmaster was trying to sell this music box disc to Mr. McGilded? I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music on the disc, my lord. Yes, very well. Let the court now listen to this curious disc at last.
Hold it!
Wait! Wait, my lord! Good grief. What is the meaning of this, Inspector? The music box and the disc are... well, they're unrelated to the case. No need to spoil the somber atmosphere in the courtroom with some silly bit of music.
Objection!
This disc may very well have motivated the culprit in this case to commit murder. Clearly there's every chance that it's fundamentally important to understanding what happened. The prosecution has no objection. But no! A piece of evidence! Clearly Scotland Yard has some vested interest here. But there is policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening. Ah! No further delays, please. Play the disc. I'm so curious. It's probably like a vocal confession. Is it Morse code? It 100% is Morse code. I can't make it out though. It's been way too long since I knew that stuff. That's certainly not what I would call music. No. It's just the same note playing over and over again in an irregular sequence. Hmm. Mr. Graydon? This. This really is priceless. After all that, the music box is broken. Broken? It can't be, can it? Well, obviously. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the officer sent to fetch it didn't drop it on the way back to the courtroom. Nah. Well, with much regret, I feel the court must accept that this music box offers little in the ways of clues. Are you ready to move on, No! Come on. It's alright. It does sound as though it's completely broken, but is it? Could this music emanating from the music box possibly be a new clue? Yes! I believe that it could be relevant, my lord. Especially him as a communications officer probably knows what it means now. But good thing we also have one lady in the jury. It's an abomination, Counselor. Mere noise. I fail to see how it can have any meaning whatsoever. It does sound strange, I agree. There's one thing bothering me. While Graydon stands there chortling victoriously, the inspector besides him has a rather telling expression on his face. As if Gregson recognizes the sound. As if he's familiar with it somehow. And it's making him appear extremely on edge. If that's the stance of the defense, my Japanese friend, answer me this. Oh? Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has on this case? The defense's belief that the sound emanating from this music box is not supposed to be music. Just because this is a music box, it doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. Look at that. The smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. I'm on the right lines here. I must be. Making deductions based on how people react to what you say. You're acting just like Hurley, Runo.
Objection!
The sound we're hearing aren't necessarily music. Well, now that you've told us what they are not, I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. Do enlighten us, my Japanese friend. Surely you have an idea in mind, because if not, it will be the death of your ill-formed argument. Exactly. The music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that fact is pure foolishness. Got me. I don't know what the answer is. Yet. Bruno? I've just examined the music box very thoroughly. And I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all. Really? Really, the way it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway. Thank you, Iris. God, I keep playing it to tease me. Now I really wish I would remember. Alright, well, if the music box isn't broken, it must mean that the sounds it's producing have some significance that isn't musical. Ah, the bee? Is that what the sounds are? Something just struck me, Runo. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I've heard another sound very much like the one this music box makes. Yes, it's a familiar sound. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing. I'm going to have to press the defense for an answer. If your assertion is that the sound produced by this music box is not in fact music at all, then what the devil is that, Counsel? All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimony we've heard, it's all pointing to one single answer now. The prosecution demands what my learned Nipponese friend presents proof now. Tangible proof of its latest wild speculation. This could be the best chance I'm going to get to fight back in this trial. If I'm right, I'm going to join all the dots together. And the evidence that explains the true nature of the sounds of the music box desk. I need to... I mean, it's probably the newspaper, right?
Take that!
Today's paper, Counsel? The headline is Pawnbroker Perishes in Big Purse Plunder, utterly supportive to your cause. No, my lord. I was hoping you'd look a little further down the page. Further down? Ministry mole, classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Yes, this is a very serious matter being investigated at the highest level, I understand. I've heard that international transmissions along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted and leaked to various other countries. And presumably those transmissions are in the form of wired telegrams. Of course. Juror number 5, your input please. Stop. Oh, me sir? Whatever's the matter? You told the court before that you worked at the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not? Yes, that's correct. And the particular station where you work? Deals with government communications and newspaper reports? Oh, yes. We're not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important. Then tell me, is this not a familiar sound? You don't mean to say, is it? That's right, madam. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code. But I don't believe it. Now correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer. Oh, are you suggesting that the music box does? Contains stolen government secrets in Morse code? Order! Order! Please everyone, order! But this is high treason, Counsel. Deserving of capital punishment. Too much new vocabulary. What is this treason? And what is capital punishment? Sorts of words I'd have expected to know. For For sovereign government's confidential information, hostile nations would surely pay almost any price. Yes. And on that night, 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus. But in the end, McGilded perished, and the all-important disc lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery. My word. In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry. Because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country, it would reveal an act of high treason punishable by death. So the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it. And in order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left behind by Mr. McGilvert would incriminate him too much if it got into the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous. Absolutely preposterous. So, in response to the defense's accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you? Well, of course I do. If I just stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away. Then by all means, palms on the charges, sir. Tell him, vampire hobby. Oh, whoa, almost knocked over my beverage. The prosecution demands the witness testifies in response to the accusations brought by the defense. Delighted, I'm sure. The witness is reminded that the crime under scrutiny in this trial is the murder of the pawnbroker, Mr. Windybank. That being a most flagitious offense, for which the law of the land sanctions a capital punishment. But the heinous act of high treason is no less serious a crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon. So then, let us proceed. You gotta let us have a rabbit and pork here, Governor. You got things to say? I beg your pardon? Who do you think you are? Name's Nash Skulkin. Occupation is professional baddie. I'm Slinger Skulkin. We ain't baddies enough to sell out our motherland. That's right. We're what they call the Three Skulkin Brothers. Bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing. Grayson's counter. Full counter. A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sounds produced by that box aren't even Morse code. It was some local's brickmaker negotiating with McGilded anyway, was it not? I have no relation to that man. Look, All we done was breaking into the Gav the other night, like what he told us to do. If we'd known there was dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it. And that's all. Mr. and Mr. Skulkon. Well, Mr. Do Governor, what's up? Do you have to take that? Go ahead and take it that you now admit to the crime. That on the night in question you did indeed gain entry to the premises illegally. And moreover, you did so as a party of three in collaboration with Mr. Graydon there. We did, Gav, we did! Quite and down. What say you to that, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these two ruffians are referring to. You're a rotter, getting us mixed up in all this monkey business. You know, said nothing about no government secrets. It was supposed to be a straight-up job. And what about that geezer whose shoving it was, eh? Poor bloke didn't have to die, did he? Nice to know who your friends are. Whatever these men say, I deny the accusations. Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings. However, as it has, I will admit it into court record as evidence. The music box has been entered. Okay, let me check that out. The box is inside. What is that? Oh. What is it, Bruno? I've just noticed something about the music box. Looks like there's a button on the... of it opens up as well. What? Looks like the bottom of it opens up. Oh. Ah, you're right. Well, come on then. What are you waiting for? Let's open it. Alright then, here goes. What? Look at that, there's another movement on the underside. So does that mean... instead another disc to play back on this one? Yes, I think so. It looks like the two movements are linked together. If you had two discs, they would both play back at the same time. Why have a secondary disc? Well, I mean, I have the copy that Sholmes made, but they're the same disc, so I don't know if that helps. But there would be a second movement of the, like the other one. We'll see they're the same length. This movement also only produces a single tone like the other one. This must do. Except the length of the teeth on the two combs isn't the same. So the single tone produced by this movement will be different to the single tone we've already heard. What? Basically, each movement can only produce a single note. But the notes they produce are different. Books that can only play two tones. Okay.
Hold it!
Put it right there, you scoundrel. So, is this newspaper heading accurate? Government communications are being intercepted? How could I possibly know? What do you mean by that? Really important government communications are handled by high-level officers, by specialists. General members of staff in the station where I work would never be entrusted with sensitive information. Oh no, stop. You must say something. Stop. Let me guess. Juror number 5. We regular communication station officers aren't as lowly as you're being led to believe. A team of us are responsible for setting up and testing the telegraphs used by the Ministry, and Mr. Graydon is the team leader. That's fascinating. Witness this highly skilled operator stop, currently in presence of idle stop. So you had access to the equipment used for these confidential communications, Mr. Graydon. Well, what of it? The transitions are always made behind closed doors, so they can't be heard. And in any case, all messages are sent enciphered. Normal employees couldn't possibly understand them. Oh no, stop. You must say something, stop. Mr. Graydon regularly attends meetings with Ministry technicians and the Ministry Communications team. He assists them in ensuring that there are no errors in important international communications. And he's received the top praise at the Cipher Cracking Convention 5 years in a row now. That's fascinating. Graydon is highly skilled operator stop, currently in presence of idle stop. Well, the idol would appreciate it if you'd kept your mouth shut. You should really pick your idols more carefully. I tell you, this lawyer's accusations are completely unfounded. Besides, the sounds produced with the music box aren't even Morse code.
Hold it!
They're not? To anyone with a brain, that would be blatantly apparent on listening to that music box for even a few seconds. Surely it can't be that my learned friends are familiar with Morse code. Oh, she looks genuinely shocked at my ignorance. I would be more than happy to demonstrate the basics of for you, sir. A lesson here in court? Morse code is a continuous series of 2 distinct tones. Tones, you say? Yes, a short dot and a long dash. By combining those in different ways, you construct letters. See. For example, this is A, and this is B. But when you listen to the sound produced by this music box, you only hear one tone, don't you? I mean, yeah, but I thought the long breaks would indicate, you know, a dash. I guess the other side is for dashes. But it sounds so familiar. The rhythm of it is the same and everything. But there's no discernible meaning to its apparently random sequence of sounds. So your assertion is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code. No! Really, you shouldn't be so surprised. What did I tell you? That music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before casting aspirations in the future? Stop. Nothing to say about stop. Oh, this is frustrating, isn't it? Aris? I mean, if the government secrets were something being leaked using the music box... So many other things would slot into place so nicely. There's always something I haven't considered. Would it really be impossible to use the music box somehow to play back Morse code? I mean, I don't know how I would give it a try. There's still every possibility that this music box was instrumental in the leaking of government secrets. That's the belief of the defense, at least.
Objection!
Does it please you in some way, Manipulin's front, to repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum? It's already been established that to be Morse code, 2 tones are required. Dots and dashes. Yes, I'm well aware of that. Then what? Well, it would appear the defense has a hypothesis to put forward. You'd better present your idea at once, Counsel. How do you propose that this music box, which appears to produce only a single tone, could have been used to cipher secret messages into Morse code? Yeah, let me just... Can I open this up first? Honestly weird that they closed it again.
Got it!
Got it! Good gracious, what am I looking at here? Another movement on the underside of the music box. What? It appears, my lord, that the 2 movements are linked together. In other words, you can put 2 discs in this music box, and the sound of both will play back at the same time. Good heavens. As the court has heard, Morse code comprises of 2 tones, a short dot and a long dash. With a second disc in place, this music box could be used to generate a Morse code and convey a message. This is beyond a joke. I'm sorry? This poor excuse of a lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support his claims. Though, of course, if my learned friend were able to present the court with a second disc, that would be another matter. Well, I can't at the moment. And may I remind the court that this, as the witness has pointed out, he was not the one in the omnibus with McGilda 2 months ago, breaking a deal over the disc or discs. Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. Exactly. I had nothing whatsoever to do with that. Though it has holes, I must admit the argument presented by the defense has much promise. I believe the cross-examination should continue. Between Graydon and the victim of the omnibus case must be there somewhere. I haven't found it yet. Link between the 2. Oh dear. Looks like you need to give your argument more strength, Bruno. You will reiterate your testimony if you please, Mr. Graydon. If I must, though I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with Mr. McGilda, was it not? I have no relation to the man. So, 2 months ago in the omnibus, McGilda killed the brickmaker and stole the disc. Mr. Mason was a single man with almost nothing to his name. It seems he lived in an artisan quarter some years ago, but people they remembered little about him. That doesn't make much sense though, does it? How would a humble brickmaker come to acquire secret government information? Oh, indeed. There must have been somebody else involved behind the scenes and all this. Somebody who acquired the disc and gave it to Mr. Mason in order to take it to the meeting with Mr. McGilded and negotiate a deal. Dear me. You may have it in for me, sir, but I assure you, I have far more class than that. No brickmaker from an artisan quarter, and this well-to-do communications officer. Only I could find some evidence to link the two of them together. If you have nothing more to add to on that note, let us return to the witness testimony. Do I have evidence to put them together? Wait, maybe I do. You can found deceased in the last scheduled omnibus. Stab wound to abdomen. Mason Milverton. East End of London. Thanks McGilded, Lord Baron von Siegs, Arena Senarhuda. Conviction was assured with 3 eyewitnesses' testimony. However, a surprise 4th witnesses' testimony resulted in acquittal due to insufficient evidence. Okay, Milverton, East End of London. Cannot go into just my court record. Cannot see the people's names.
Hold it!
Like Mr. Graydon told you to do, you mean? That's it, yeah. What's there? Telling me he thought he was just popping over for a natter after all that years, but the Rotter had a dodgy job for us. Hey Ash. Ash? Let me stop you there, Mr. Skulkin. After all them years, you say? Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours? With the sociable kind of berries, you know? Sure, let's say Graydon's an old China.
Excuse me.
Something wrong, Mr. Skulkin. Eh? No, the other Mr. Skulkin. What? Who, me? Your brother was testifying just now. He said something that seemed to cause you to react. Oh, I was just remembering the old days, that's all. Used to have right old love together way back when. Together? With Mr. Graydon, you mean? Yeah, with Ash. I mean, you look at him now in his fancy whistling flute, and you wouldn't Adam and Eve it. When he was younger, he was from the poor part of town, just like us. That's so. He was always a leery one. He had the brains, he had the savvy. Always coming up with smart ideas like what would never have gone through our heads. Oh blimey, ain't that the truth? Remember Milverton and Skulkin's milk run? Okay, please add that. That was a corker, eh? Everyone laughed at the trial. Your reminiscing has no place in this courtroom. And neither does your fruit. Wait, the geezer asked us a question, didn't he? And we was answering. Yeah, we ain't done nothing wrong. Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you on your trip down memory lane. Counsel, can we turn our attention back to the testimony, please? No. That sentimental story be irrelevant somehow? Yes. My lord. Yes, counsel. The brother's last sentimental statement would hold vital information relating to this case. But how do I pit a statement against another statement? I will permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add. Say no more, the Skulkins never skulken. Milverton and Skulkins milk run. Got them go down in the days. The mother days. Some kind of business? Just a little scheme we had going back when we was young'uns. Delivering fresh milk to the locals, that's what it was all about. How's that a scheme? Sounds so alarmingly legitimate. Must be a catch. Suppose since we're here, I should ask them to elaborate, but on what? With a business name. I'm curious about the rest too, but that's the interesting part. So, this business was just a bit of fun, you say? And it was just yourselves and Mr. Graydon involved? Yeah, that's it. Milverton and Skulkin's milk run, was that? Yeah, that's it! And where did the Milverton part come from? Alright, I thought a clever clogs like you would have worked it out up and now. Enough of this. How much longer are we expected to listen to it? Let me guess. You don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying? Tell me, was it that it was only at the mention of the name Milverton that you decided to interject? Because well... Weren't the happiest of times that one come from? Yeah, this old man was struggling for money so much, life worked out on him. Took the name Graydon then, see? But Ash will always be Milverton to us. Milverton. So, that used to be your surname, did it? Of course not. This is all buncombe. I've been a Graydon since I was born. Do you really think you can rely on the testimony of these two thieves? You're a communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter indeed to suppone these records, Mr. Graydon. Ugh. Well, it would appear that Mr. and Mr. Skulkin's testimony has been reliable. For once. You were born Ashley Milverton, then. Is that correct? Very well, yes. So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That information could change things, and could turn out to be extremely important. Ashley Graydon's personal profile has been updated in the court record. Wonderful. All of a sudden we seem to be up to our necks in a serious matter of national security. Although all this talk about interception of secret government messages is still just conjecture at this stage. It would explain a number of things though, wouldn't it? The negotiation Ginny overheard on the omnibus 2 months ago, and the break-in at Windy Banks. But the trouble is, it wasn't Mr. Graydon in the omnibus with Mr. McGilded. No, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker, who was so horribly murdered. Funny, there was some link between the two men. Oh, I wonder what it might be. Could it be that they're father and son? Okay, but how do I present his name? I can't switch to name. I can't switch to people. Do I just press him on it?
Hold it!
So 2 months ago in that omnibus, McGilded killed the brickmaker and stole the disc. Doesn't make much sense though, does it? No, the humble brickmaker. Oh, indeed. Is somebody else involved behind the scenes in all this? Give to Mr. Mason. Take the meeting with McGilded to negotiate a deal. I have a link. Let me present it. No! How do I... what? Stop, go back, I don't want to hear from these two. I can't go to people for whatever reason. Oh, that's so infuriating. What's the... How do I establish the link? Wait. I get it. No, I don't. Please, please, please. I just present Susato's stuff because it mentions the name there. Come on, quit yapping.
Objection!
There we go. I want to let me present people as evidence. Tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court? Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me. No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name. Explain yourself, please, counsel. I feel the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. As we all know, the victim, the man who we now understand to have been negotiating with McGilded. Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. That's right. Only Mason wasn't his surname at all. It was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton. But... Milverton? Do you mean to say... Saints alive! How is nobody making the connection on their own? Like, why do I need to point the most obvious shit out? Mr. Ashley Milverton. Not the case that the brickmaker, Mr. Mason Milverton, was your father. I don't... As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you joined the civil service. And it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena these records. The truth is, you've been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information. and selling it to the McGilded in collaboration with your father. Dies in Spanish. The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of the witness all come together to reveal the truth. The truth, you say? That you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded. By dint of this music box, you mean, Consul? Yes. Stealing information being sent in secret government communications and selling it to McGilded. Mr. Graydon concocted this elaborate scheme of using 2 music box discs to encode the information. As presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands. And a very effective one. I shouldn't have given this scheme any credence whatsoever. But the deal with McGilded went sour, and the brickmaker met his end. Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learned of the situation, you appeared at Windybank's 2 days ago, in an attempt to recover the 2 articles McGilded had placed in pawn there. But that attempt failed. One of the discs was seized by the police, and the other you never found. So that same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time, determined to recover the 2nd disc. Are you suggesting that the 2nd disc was inside the music box? Eh? We never knew nothing about that. On the night that Mr. Windybank was killed. The intruder to the pawnbrokery touched 1 item, and 1 item alone, the music box. It's rather ingeniously demonstrated, using the 2 prints from the security camera indeed. So, the question that naturally begs answering is this. Where was only that 1 article disturbed? The answer is obvious. Because it contained the 2nd disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since, if it were to fall into the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Well, Mr. Graydon, do you deny that all of this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago? I refuse to accept any of this nonsense. So, there appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket. What? Ugh. 2 nights ago, we know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Windybank's pawnbrokery. 1 took the life of the pawnbroker himself. 1 struck the pouch around Mr. Sholmes's waist. And the final bullet struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon, that wound on your arm, that you seem to be trying to hide, it's a bullet wound, isn't it? Got you now, me old China. Time to call it quits and croak, I reckon. Don't acknowledge my presence under any circumstances whatsoever. Those are my terms, remember? And I paid you handsomely to comply. And clearly I was a fool to think I could trust some common backslum thieves. Fine, I admit it. I was there in Windybanks that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me. And, as you've noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. Yeah, but he could technically just say now that they shot the pawnbroker, not him. But that is all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets, negotiating with Mr. McGilded. As God is my witness, I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort. But nothing to go down without What? Not going to go down without a fight. Not until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact. Which is... Well, we know that one bullet was fired from each of the two firearms we have in evidence. The bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun hit the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist. And the bullet from Mr. Windybank's gun clearly must have hit the one that caught Mr. Graydon in the arm. Indeed it must. We can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself. And that leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Windybank was shot by a third gun, which can only have been fired by the third intruder. Goodness. That's right, Mr. Graydon. The only person who could have possibly have shot Mr. Windybanks that night is you.
Hold it!
You little upstart. You made a grave mistake when you summoned me here. What? What's that supposed to mean? Yes, as you rightly say. I was there at the pawnbrokers. I did my best to hide that fact, naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I had built for myself at the communication station. But did the thought never cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility? The possibility that if I was there at the scene, I may have witnessed the crucial moment. You see, this makes me a key witness in the case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client. Ah, are you suggesting I saw it all? I saw the very moment that pickpocket girl pointed the gun at that poor defenseless pawnbroker. Shot him. You... what? Well... it would seem we are finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial. Mr. Graydon. Yes. I trust you're fully aware of the implications here. If it is shown that your claim is false, you will have incriminated yourself as the killer. Oh, I understand fully. Then I must ask you to forgive your formal testimony once more. A slimy bastard. You will explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim. Nothing would give me greater pleasure. The moment of the shooting. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance of the shop. When Winniebank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. Could see him throw the people on the door. The accused in the black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee safely. I saw the blood splatter all over that wretched girl. And then she tossed the gun out of the people, and so I picked it up and made my escape. Good gracious, this is quite extraordinary testimony. You claim, sir, under oath, to have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger. Order! Order! It was my intention to testify in this way, but neither is it my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit. Swiggity swoody. So, you see, my hand has been forced. I tell the truth now, as an act of self-preservation. Truth? Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details. Yes, well, sorry about that. What, is he working with him? What's going on? I thought he was a good guy. Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. And as I said, she was showered in his blood. Yeah, but that doesn't make sense, my guy, because his gun only, you know, only one gun found. Oh yes, quite sure. All over the black coat that pickpocket girl was wearing at the time. Fuck. The only counter we have to that is the blood evidence that doesn't get recognized by the court. The court could somehow be shown to harbor vestiges of blood. There would be conclusive evidence here. Uh-oh. Oh no. Such an investigation is entirely possible, my lord. But only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood. So here's to true science, not some amateurish detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry. There's nothing dubious about Hurley's work. His ideas are all sound. Ideas are no use to us here. In science, as in law, theories must be proven before they stand. In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as the basis of evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemicals reagent used. With your lordship's permission, we could shut up all vestiges of doubt within minutes. This doesn't look good, Bruno. Why not? Well, we know, don't we, that there's blood all over the front of Ginny's coat? If they tested with their chemicals... Oh, help, you're right. I was forgetting what happened yesterday. Yeah, this is kind of bad. I can't think of a way to counter this. My lord, the defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution. Overruled. Blood von Zeeks, make it a so at once. With pleasure, my lord. And while we await the result, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination. They find that blood on the overcoat. Gina will be... How so? Yes, my lord. Your cross-examination. Of course, my lord. This cross-examination doesn't go well. We don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence or really compelling clue now. I have a very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial. So I somehow need to get them to understand that there's only one gun.
Hold it!
Mr. Winniebank emerged from the storeroom, I believe. Ringo and Nash were scouring the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. I already heard the revolver in his hand. Unfortunately, I wasn't too close. I've never been so scared in all my life. Yeah, we're just your regular mild-mannered burglars, that's all. We don't like violence, says the pair who carry a gun. What do you mean when you say you were near the entrance of the shop? I was in the doorway, running my eyes up the shelves of forfeited items. With the music box, of course. The broker went for Nash in the first place. Then Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1, so I assumed they could handle the situation. I was wrong. I was trying to help me, little bruv, but the old geezer checked me over the bloomin' counter. So I pulled me gun on the old fella, and soon made him scraper. Pair of you setting upon the wood of Pencil's pawnbroker together? Shame on you. Sorry, Gov. When Winniebeck threw Nash up the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. You mean that's the moment you were shot? Yes, though I didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course. Things crashed to the floor from the counter as the 3 men were brawling. It was the exact moment that it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot. And the bullet went on to strike the calendar in the wall behind you. So it would appear. When I looked at my arm, I saw it was bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Seeing as I couldn't explain what had happened to the doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. I didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later. Did Mr. Winniebank intend to shoot you, do you think? Well, no. I don't imagine he even noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, it didn't quite strike home. When I pulled my gun on him, he tried to shove me out the way. And then he scraped through the door out back. At which point, what did you do? I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom.
Hold it!
You mean you chased after him? I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop. And what about the people on the door you mentioned? Unsurprisingly, the storeroom door is a solid job. Made of stout wood. There's a small opening in it about head height that lets you see what's what in there from the outside. Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? I looked through it myself that night. What about your burgling brothers? Did you see what went on through the people as well? I'm not likely, Gov. Didn't see nothing of the sort of graph. I doubt these two buffoons were even aware of the people's existence. The Skulkin brothers were there, they didn't see the killing of Mr. Windybank take place. Inside the storeroom, I could see the broker and that young girl standing there. Defendant? Yes, though neither of them noticed that I was looking. The girl raised her gun and pointed it straight at the man. And then, what did you see next? Dun, 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 dun.
Hold it!
Yes, when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand. But that was Mr. Windybank's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. And as we've already established, Mr. Braden, that bullet was fired at you. Oh, but no. Oh, it wasn't the broker's gun that the pickpocket girl had been with when I saw her. Yes, the bullet from Windybank's gun grazed my arm. And yes, the Skulkin's gun grounded the detective. This was another gun entirely. A third gun. The broker's gun was not the murder weapon. So clearly there had to be a third firearm involved. In other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her at the time.
Objection!
But no other gun was found at the scene. Calm yourselves, counsel. Sorry? You must consider the events in order. At first I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other, but then, all of a sudden, the broker turned to run. And it was at that moment that the little Goethe rat shot him in the back. Chilling image, I must say. I saw the blood splatter all over the wretched girl.
Hold it!
All over her? Yes, through the peephole I saw it clearly. Of course the stains are invisible now, what with the coat bearing such a dark color. But I assure you, that garment was sullied with the victim's blood. Oh, it is sullied with blood, that's for sure. It's not Mr. Windybank's blood, is it? No, that's right. It's Mr. Mason Milverton's blood from when Mr. McGilded stabbed him 2 months ago. So annoying. They'd only accept Hurley's chemical analysis. We could prove that. They won't, and unfortunately, we can't use it as evidence to support our case. Brother. Oh, bother. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. What?
Hold it!
Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out of the room. That's right. After the broker fell to the floor, she started walking over. Over where exactly? In the direction of the storeroom door, to where I was reaching. Of course, I quickly retreated, and then the girl dropped the gun through the peephole onto the floor on my side of the door. But why on earth would she do such a thing? I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Without thinking, I went and picked it up. I suppose I was worried about just leaving it there in case any more tragedies took place. And so it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime. Yes, it was yours truly. I'll have to kill. What? I have to clear up to my lackeys and left. Clear up? We have a little mess around the counter, so Mr. Wisdom Flute here told us to tidy up. He thinks he's our blue mom something. Sometimes. I was paying you enough, by God. Oh. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, I keep calling him Grayson. When you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? You're like a bull at a gate, aren't you?
Excuse me.
Gentlemen. Uh. Something wrong, sunshine. That should be my line. You do realize you were violently shaking Mr. Skulkin? Blaggy. This D's a bit of an hooligan, ain't he? What's going on just now? You saw him. He grabbed me whistle. Why the blazes, he said. Didn't you mention the third gun when we got down to the station? Why didn't you? Because we didn't know nothing about it. Another flaming peephole in the door. Sorry about that. I can be prone to losing my rag sometimes. Not hurt, are you? God blimey. See the way he's looking at me? I'm telling you, this deal's gives me the willies. Strange. Inspector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. He wouldn't normally grab someone. No, that wasn't like Rexy at all. It's normally all sweetness and light, no matter what I say to him. Yeah, well, I think you might be a special case, Iris. Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character. Boom, boom. My lord! Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Explain yourself, officer. Have the result of the test that was ordered earlier, my lord. Oh, the blood on the accused's overcoat. Thank you, officer. Well, the cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel? No, my lord. Well, there you have it. The report, please, Inspector. Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found in the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. From the extent of the stains, it would appear that they were the result of splattering following a gunshot wound. End of report. Goodness me. See. What did I tell you?
Objection.
No, the blood on that coat is not Mr. Winniebanks. What on earth makes you say that, counsel? The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before this code was deposited at Windybanks, McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton. So the blood on that overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case.
Objection!
Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, Maniponi's friend? Sorry? 2 months ago, in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for McGillet's innocence? And yet now that the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer? Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have earned for yourself in this country. But there was... I call it a petty disgrace. Treachery, that's what it is. How to determine whether the blood on the coat is 2 months old or not? Even the stereoscope wouldn't be able to answer to that problem. Wouldn't help to the answer to that problem pop out. It can't be done. But... We used Mr. Shum specifically. Mr. Shum. Mr. Shums was a detective, not a chemist. Would you put such faith in a chemical formula devised by me? For example, when I'm a communications officer? I helped out Biroski, a starving boy, and he ran away crying. Okay? Herlock Shons was barely more than a figment of the public's imagination. Whoa, he's real, what are you on about? His name carries no weight in this courtroom. No weight at all. How could you say that? Victory is a sweet indeed. This proves that my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish. How do you arrive at such a conclusion, sir? As the witness said, the accused's coat was spattered with the blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Graydon could possibly have known that fact is if he saw it happen. In other words, his testimony is solid, and the conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth. Bitch got me. I can't fight back. My lord! Been a long battle, this one. But this old warhorse has something to say now, if you please. Mr. Foreman. Mr. Foreman! As of this moment, sir, the squadron has reached its final decision. Ready, men? All for one now.
Guilty.
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 Guilty. Well, it would appear the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached an unanimous verdict. That's not good. The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness's testimony. Yes, to any attempt you may make at unpicking the juror's decision being equally successful. I've come so far. Was it all unraveling on me so fast? How very distressing to be held in such low esteem. It's my favorite autism boy. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Sir? You've delivered the report now. That will be all, thank you. It occurs to me that, with some regularity, Mr. Naruhodo, That scientific truths are determined by not by science, but by none other than the human mind. I know that voice. Am I going mad? Ugh. Sudden hair change. Mr. Shows. What? What is the meaning of this? Why is he raising one of his legs? Order! 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 What business do you have here, detective? The last I heard, you are recuperating in hospital. As well I would be, had I not been set up on an errand. What errand? Hurley, it's really you. You're awake at last. Yes, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Now, my lord, if you will humor me. In what manner, sir? I have something of great importance I wish to give to the young lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind as to spare us the time? What say you to this, Lord von Zix? This trial has taken many hours of the court's time, having spent so long already. Exactly, having spent so long already. We don't want to go waste any more precious time. As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would seem churlish to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes. What? Very well, counsel, you have 5 minutes. My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival. Mr. Sholmes, are you alright now? Alright? I'm all wrong. Sorry? I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I asked the judge for 5 minutes. But I fear that may prove too much for me. Pray forgive me should I pass out. Let's make this discussion as short as possible. Hurley, this place is full of idiots. None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is. Well, the concoction of mine was really just a bit of sport to assist me in my investigations. I never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community, an oversight on my part. Right. Modesty? Surely not. But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow. What's that? Lavender Uroshiki wrapping? A leaving present from Miss Susato. If possible, matters are to be settled without me giving you this. Those were the instructions when she asked me to do her this favor. I don't understand. Miss Susato foresaw today's events, I believe. She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhanded. And that you, Mr. Naruto, fighting fairly as you are, won't do what? Fighting fairly as you are wont to do. And that you, Mr. Naruto, fighting fairly as you are wont to find yourself in considerable peril. What? Like, reading this gives me an aneurysm. Am I stupid or are they stupid? At the very moment of crisis, you were to be given this small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions. A leaving present from Susato-san. Whatever could it be? What? The cat door thing? Why? Oh! It's the machine I made. I don't understand. What does that have to do with the board? What's Susie up to? Miss Susato muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant. What? Did she say something like that? What is going on? What is happening? Whatever did you mean by that, Mr. Sholmes? That night, when you left Windy Banks in pursuit of the thieves, Miss Susato made use of the contraption for a certain purpose. What? That is your answer, dear fellow? What? The only thing I could think of was like her using it to make that looking hole thing in the door to the storeroom. But didn't we look into that before we left? Or did Sholmes get shot, then we got an officer, and then we found the corpse? Susato son used this cat flavomat that night, but why? I mean, even if she did that for the looking hole, how would we possibly prove that? Wait. Pictures, where are they? Give me now. Let me check the court record. Your 5 minutes is over. Doesn't look like there's a door flap. And now, okay. How did I not see that before? I even looked at the door. How did I not? Oh my god. I'm brain damaged. We're out of time already. Can I not start my cross-examination before we confront the jury? I'm grateful to you for affording us that brief recess, Mr. Reaper. I need no thanks, Detective. After all, the die is cast. Is it really? The jurors are unanimous in their learnings. No doubt my learned friend will consider a summation examination. But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile. I wonder, Mr. Naruto. The rest is down to you, dear fellow. What is your plan? Need to be careful here. If I made a wrong move, the trial will end badly. My lord, the defense requests further cross-examination. I mean, this is do or die right now. But I can disprove him. I have concrete proof.
Objection!
The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine a new witness now. Well, it's not a new witness, it's the one that was put on hold.
Objection!
The defense is not asking for the cross-examination of a new witness, rather to continue with the one of an existing witness. What? It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper. So nobody can say anything then. If Bruno asks to resume the cross-examination of Mr. Graydon, the court is obliged to allow it. This is absurd. Absurd. I would remind those present that this is my courtroom. I concur that the defense is entirely within its rights to request the continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit an unremitting protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I've decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination. Counsel, you must choose but one statement from the witness's testimony, and but one piece of evidence present in support of your argument against it. Single chance to present my evidence. If following that, the situation remains unchanged, I shall move to an education. Is that clear, counsels? I don't know why I'm changing his voice. You will not press the witness any further, my lord. Single statement and a single piece of evidence, most generous. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's high time I fell in a dead faint. I leave this in your capable hands. Okay. Somebody get him out of here. Back to the hospital, please. To stand so insignificantly before the court in a state of such high fever. Either the man has extraordinary strength of mind or an extraordinary lack of feeling. I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers. Here we go. Time to win this case. Under the terms I have outlined, you may resume the cross-examination. The moment of the shooting again. Well, these ruffians were okay. I mean, it doesn't really matter.
Objection!
Mean. What do you mean? What? Huh?
Objection!
What do you mean? You have to throw the cat door mod at him? Okay.
Objection!
Oh, okay. I don't show actual proof, I show something completely unrelated first. Earth is this electric contraption console. Oh, it's my cat flapper-mat, my lord. It makes a way for cats to get in and out of a room. It can cut through any door, but can think of... What? You can think of, and make a new little door in the middle of it. That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating a so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats to come and go as they please, without their owners. I'm sure we can all work that out for ourselves. But that cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case. Oh really? Of course it doesn't, to start with. There was no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door. Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid to fail to see what this has to do with the matter at hand. This would help if I describe this function. Perhaps it would help if I just showed the photographic evidence and you would accept that. Contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all. Beg your pardon, a peephole, you say? 2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Winniebank had taken place. That's right. A recording of the paperwork at the yard. It was you, your Japanese assistant, and Jones. Yes, the 3 of us were together. Wait, hold on. Why would Susato have brought that contraption with her? Assistant made use of this device at the time. Your assistant, what? There was people on the storeroom door. I can attest to that. So I guess that did happen after I went out and called for help. I threw the people myself in order to see inside the locked room. This is ludicrous. What are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said as much in my testimony. How else could I have witnessed the crime for pity's sake? Yes, how could you? What? Counselor, kindly say what you mean. Alright, it's time to strike the final blow. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door, and until such time as she did, the door had no hole in it to look through. Why didn't she mention that at the police either?
Objection!
This is a farce. Are you really suggesting that the peephole in the door was... Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place by my judicial assistant using this device. The assistant tampered with the crime scene whilst being fully aware of the gravity of our actions. That is the most serious act of vandalism. For which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was in a few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the Skulkin brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes. Riddled with. Explain yourself, Counsel. The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendant is based upon what he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom door. Yes, that filthy girl shooting the man in the back. However, if at the time of the incident that peephole did not yet exist in the door, there's no possible way that you could have seen what you claim to have seen. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies. Order. Is there any credence to this revelation?
Objection!
None whatsoever, as my learned friend just surely realized. Exactly. This is just some cheap trick designed to discredit me. I'm afraid not, sir. Of course it is. Do you seriously expect people to believe that plaything can cut through a solid wooden door? Oh yes, I designed it to be very powerful. It can cut through even the toughest of doors. It's absurd. I don't believe it for a second. I had a feeling you'd say that. What? Waggy, cooey, time for dinner. Well, young lady, this is the Old Bailey. Let us not make cat flaps in the oak paneling at the Old Bailey. I'm not done yet, don't worry. This doesn't mean that the peephole in the storeroom door at Winniebank's was made by your machine. There's no way you can prove that it was. No, but it's easy. What? The cat flaps my cat flapper creates are all of a fixed size. And the dimensions of the peephole at Winniebank's are an exact match. Also, there's a before and after image. Are we not going to talk about the images? And now it's my learned student friend's turn to be lost for words, I fear. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home. Well, yes, that's true. Then you may have some difficulty in establishing all the facts. For the sake of argument, let us assume the people has dimensions that are a perfect fit for this contraption. In that case, when was the people cut? The prosecution demands proof of your answer. It's very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the people was created after the incident using this device. But now that the perpetrator has returned to her native land, she cannot testify to that fact, there's no proof. And for as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the people was made, my learned friend's claim amounts to nothing more than a baseless accusation. Indeed, that is so, Lord Van Zieks. Well, Consul. Don't give up now, Runo. This is the time to create your own opening and force your way through. The greatest judicial assistant in the world. Yeah, I got that.
Take that!
You know, the proof that I wanted to show all along, but you didn't accept? A print from that detective's infernal cameras again. My judicial assistant, Miss Susato Mikotova, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman, which is why I never had any cause to doubt that we would have considered this scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof. And the necessary proof is this photographic print, Counsel. This print shows a scene in the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises. Agreed. And it also shows the accused mercilessly wielding a gun in the direction of the defenseless broker. But more to the point, it pictures the storeroom door in the background. Let me see that print again. I don't believe it. This really is quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom. Completely devoid of a peephole. You couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you have claimed. Because at the time it happened, there was no peephole in the door. In other words, your testimony is a catalog of lies. Yeah! Got him. Order! Satisfied with the defense. What? That the defense has substantiated its claim beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness's testimony was entirely fallacious. That's not the only thing that we now know beyond all reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistance and guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with a crime scene. But more importantly... Good lord, there's more, Lord Von Zix. The defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury. But there is no proof that this man is the victim's killer. You fucking with me right now, Von Zix? Yes, that's right. What? I was there at the scene, it's true. And I was shot in the arm, it's true. But that's all. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I'm the victim here. Oh, please. No! Don't believe this. You're right. As it stands now, I don't have any definitive proof that he was the culprit. Still, he can't worm his way out of it now. Aris? You know what they say. There's no point blocking the cat's door after the cat has bolted. Isn't that right? I have never heard that in my life. As Surly always says, one lie begets another. No, wait. That might have been a line I wrote for in one of my stories. Okay. Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense. Make no sense? What do you mean by such remarks? What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there's a fundamental inconsistency in your statements. Also, you know, she can't have thrown out the gun, she must have had the gun inside if, you know, she actually shot him.
Objection!
This is provocative talk, Counsel. Won't you enlighten the court? Explain this alleged inconsistency. Harris was right. One lie begets another. The inconsistency is revealed by the lies in the witnesses' statements. They show that Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something he shouldn't have known anything about, namely the third gun, yeah. And the bloodstains on the coat.
Objection!
Do you have any idea what you're saying, my Japanese friend? Absolutely. Been studying English hard since I was a child. You fail to catch my meaning. The witness has admitted to removing the gun in question from the scene himself. You? How would he have gotten the gun if she couldn't have thrown it out of the peephole? Are you... what do you mean? What? This is so brain damaged right now. Well, this game's always me for, you know, being logical. Victim was a blood splatter all over her when she shot him. But how could you possibly have known that? Obviously, because I saw her do it through the people in the whole argument for the gun is also the people. Shut the fuck up, okay? You're really pissing me off this one. Point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing. You're not making any sense. Then, let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the peephole in the storeroom door? Okay, got your tongue. Good one, Judge. Good one. People in the door was made part of the incident, and once I returned to the shop, having failed to catch the two burglars, the front yard investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Windybanks consistently carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Well, yes, of course. The press is chock full of pawned articles, and my lads have to thoroughly examine them all. So I gave the order to have officers working around the clock and shifts, so we get through it all. And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. Therefore, you shouldn't have known nothing about the people on the storeroom door. So, the fact that its existence forms... The fact that its existence forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable.
Objection!
The fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the people on the door. How on earth is that possible? Could I have a word, please, Lord Von Zeeks? Speak, Inspector. It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put in my report. There's really nothing more I can add to this testimony, so if it's all the same to you... Permission denied. Oh. It's not all the same to me, Inspector. Not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes. Oh, of course, sir. You should have known about the existence of that. Shouldn't have known about the existence of that people. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else.
Objection!
Objection! Slam that desk. Stop there, my little friend. You realize and trust that the words you just uttered have extremely serious implications. The defense believes that the details about the case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. Man, I don't want to believe it. Don't make me say it. Who gave the witness details of the crime scene to facilitate his false testimony?
Take that!
The truth is, it only have been you, Inspector Gregson. Me?
Objection!
But better some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my learned friend. Consider the fact that we have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Gary Dunn's identity for the last few hours. We learned of it only during the course of the trial today. Indeed, preparations for his testimony were made with great urgency during our hour-long recess, where the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here from the communication station. And until that time, Mr. Graydon would have had no idea, no inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court. He is suggesting that until such a time as he was summoned. Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the people. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position. That he would have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder. You're suggesting to the court that it was while this trial was in progress that he received the information, so that he could commit perjury in order to save his skin. Exactly. And the only person with knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson. This is a bloomin' outrage. Why would I be giving away details of our investigation to this fella, eh? I was summoned to his lordship's chambers during the recess in this case. In any case, had you forgotten that? Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the events that transpired at the pawnbrokery. Which means the first time these two laid eyes upon one another was after proceedings resumed following the recess. Is Gregson actually, unironically, the third brother? Since then, they've been in full view of the stand, where such illicit discussions couldn't possibly have occurred. We saw them. What? We saw them murmuring to each other. I just remembered something, Runo. There was one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Ginny was testifying. Oh yeah, now that you mention that. And the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve McGilded's music box from the scene of the crime. That's it. It was during their testimony. I remembered finding it strange at the time. Mr. Graydon and the inspector seemed to be having some kind of secret discussion. It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then. You little Torag. You're making all this up. I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector for crying out loud. Why would I do something like that? Why would I be giving away confidential details to the likes of this bloke? Admittedly, you wouldn't have had any reason to do something like that for no gain. But perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind. Then it starts to make more sense. What deal, Counsel? I wonder if perhaps in exchange for details about the people at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector. I'm sure I need not remind the inspector that, if found to be true, striking a deal of any kind with a witness would be considered a gross case of malfeasance. Well,
Objection!
What did he give him though? Just info on the stealing or the second disc? It's becoming clear. The jumping in with accusations is the Nipponi student's specialty. I don't do that. But with the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It is incumbent on the defense now to present evidence in support of this diabolical claim. Shit, evidence? Just what are you proposing that the inspector demanded of the witness in return? I must see proof of this alleged deal. So Peter Gregson really did strike a deal with Mr. Grayson? Raiden? I'm gonna present the music box. And logically, there's only one thing I could have asked for. Nice hint, by the way, game. Let me just skip this. Wonderful. Can I... Okay, I guess I'll just...
Take that!
Inspector Gregson, besides this murder, is it not true that you've been working on another very important case? What? Are you getting at it now, Sunshine? Is it possible that this other top secret case is what alluded to... What's alluded to in this newspaper article here? The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice. Oh, all the bleeding Nora, could you? We discovered during the course of this trial the music box disposed at Mr. Windybanks by Magnus McGilded. A special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that encoded on the pair of discs that were in McGilded's possession are the leaked classified secrets. So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the discs containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon in which you exchanged the disc for details of the case. You little... Ah! I'm so disappointed in him. I thought he might be our gumshoe. On the day of the incident, when we met you at Windybanks, you said this. Are we taking that whatever it is of McGilded's? Yeah. Yeah, says Meta Knight. Yeah. Scotland Yard already knew at the time, isn't that right? That Magnus my guild was involved in the stealing of government secrets. My orders were recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry. And do it on the QT, strictly hush hush. That explains why. When I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume. Because you knew that it contained highly confidential information. Blimey, not likely. I mean, I wasn't that sure of it myself. I realized there was a possibility, that's all. Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music box discs, you did indeed reveal confidential details of the crime scene to aid and abet this man in giving false testimony? There's no other way that Mr. McGilded could have known of the existence of the people. It's the only explanation a deal was struck between these two men. That's so disappointing.
Objection.
What do you have to say now, man? If, and I stress, if, this sobering assertion turns out to be founded in truth, it would mean that the second disc is, as we speak, here in this very courtroom. Wait, what? In this courtroom? How could you possibly make a claim like that? Well, how else would you have leverage to strike a deal like that? Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective. What? What's that supposed to mean, eh? As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly, he would not have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this matter. No, he would have insisted on having this article agreed upon in the palm of his hand. Oh, gracious. Then you mean to say Inspector Gregson already has the item in question? He has the second disc actually on his person? Yes. The defense demands that the inspector is searched at once. Ginny hasn't moved from the witness stand since. My lord, please, order an examination of his personal effects immediately. Well, Inspector... This young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He insulted me and my profession quite enough. However, if you will put this matter to bed and dispel any doubts about my involvement, can I happily submit to a body search? To agree to it? Am I going to have to do it? And am I going to have to find it? I presume you're aware of the precipice on which you now teeter, my learned student friend. You've made a most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. If following the search of the inspector's personal effects, no disc is found. You will be deemed unfit for court service. This trial will end, and my court's government will formally demand of yours that you are severely reprimanded. My country is not court. That sounds serious. Indeed, you have a visiting student make such defamatory remarks about our country's most senior police force. It's not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook. You're just threatening Bruno because you're scared. These accusations are beyond serious. You must be prepared for a grave consequence. Can't imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agreement for something so critical. The disc must have physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. But somehow, something doesn't feel quite right here. Very well, Counsel. You know the implications, so let me ask you one final time. Do you still persist in formally requesting the search of the inspector's personal effects? Let me think here. Can I check people? I can't. No, I can. These two came running forth, so maybe he gave it to them. It's possible. But I feel like he wouldn't do that. I feel like as a Scotland Yard officer, he wouldn't just give it to other criminals. In that case, he might as well just keep it within. Especially not two bumbling idiots like that. Unless she pickpocketed it. But if that's the case, then that's beyond bad for her. So I have to hope that it's still on him. Is it still on him? If we assume that he did keep it, or he did get it, did he give it to somebody else? Another officer? That would implicate him, wouldn't it? I don't think that he would give it to these two. They have a super bad poker face and you can't trust them less than him. Screw it, search him. So brief body search was carried out by the court bailiff. A few short minutes later, it was revealed that the inspector had nothing unusual on his person at all. What? So they thought, what? You had Rexy before? Almost invited the search? Yeah, but I mean... Have you learned your lesson? I'll embarrass more people. Okay, I'll gamble on the big green guy. Don't say you weren't warned. But your typical Nepalese stubbornness may well land you in hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good. Fair enough. Nothing to hide.
Objection!
I was about to say, didn't I click on somebody else? The defense demands the search of not the but not of Inspector Gregson. What? Now what's all this? I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? That you wanted to search me? No, Inspector, not you. Somebody else. What's the meaning of all this, eh? Lost it at last, have you, sunshine? I got you enough to put up with this nonsense. You're being completely irrational. Be quiet, all of you. Roasting what you all told him to do, and having the courage of his convictions. So you should respect and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Because that's the British way. Call them out on their pride. You what? No, don't be hasty, my lord. I'm mistaken about things I've seen in court today. I'm fairly sure that I know who has the disc at the moment. It's only one person it can be. Is it? I feel like there's two. Council will be requesting search now. I believe in him, but I feel like he would be already sweating in his boots, but he was kind of, you know, tripping where he stands.
Take that!
Also, they were kind of against being ripped in government secret smuggling. He's not against it either, so it has to be Green Boy. They faked me out. These motherfuckers. I knew it and they just... It doesn't make sense though. It logically does not make sense.
Objection!
Go on then.
Take that!
Well, I never. Eh? Why me? Me? Him? Very well then, bailiff. Restrain the witness and conduct a thorough search of his personal effects. Please, my lord! Inspector? Scotland Yard, has to object to this search.
Objection!
Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here. Eh? In this courtroom, only the prosecution and the defense have the authority to object. But Lord Van Zix, I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial. Bailiff, carry out the search. No. Old man, more. I don't know nothing. Nothing over no disc. Cut it out! Here, my lord, in the witness's pocket. I found this. Or did he just drop it in there? Another music box disc. I don't know nothing about it, nothing! That is the second music box disc left behind by Max McGilded. It is not Inspector... Is it not Inspector Gregson? Mr. Squalcon, what do you have to say for yourself? Gordon Bennett, I mean, just Gordon Flamin' Bennett. I swear I didn't know nothing about that disc. Honest to God. Counsel, would you please explain what exactly is going on here? And the alleged deal was struck between this witness and this detective known. Good question, my lord. And for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in possession of the disc that the inspector traded for information? Mr. Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure. But at one particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment. It was, yes, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. Oh, when he shook him down. I mean, no one was gonna fall clean off, I did. Was wishing I'd been born as a brother. I was. Is me brother. And what exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that? Ain't got no clue. They just suddenly turned and grabbed me. Whistled like that and started shaking me. With the blazes. Why the blazes didn't you mention the third gun when we got you down to the station? That's what he said. Got it right down the ear hole. He did. Me it's still throbbing now. The way the detective behaved then was extremely out of character. But looking back now, it must have been then that he did it. That was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc. But I'm afraid I failed to comprehend the motive here. If the detective had acquired the disc he was after, why on earth would he then proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? This is a court of law. He could have submitted the item as evidence. It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that. Why ever not? As the man himself revealed earlier, this current assignment has some special conditions. Yeah, can we stop with the constant flashbacks? They're so pointless. Hush hush, a top secret assignment is it? As far as we're aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. It would seem that if that information were to be revealed in court as evidence, it would be problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector? I'm operating under direct orders from the Ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question. So, realizing there was a chance that you may be searched here in court, you took steps to hide the disc you had acquired from the witness. Oh, does this mean... He only pretended to attack Mr. Skulkin in order to get close enough to him to slip the second disc into his pocket. This was all a pretense! Well now, Inspector Gregson and you, Mr. Graydon, are you prepared to admit that the accusation was made against you of this alleged deal? What? Are you prepared to admit to the accusation made against you of this alleged deal? He's just gonna blame it on Green and him, right? Clearly, your Eastern visitor has an uncommonly active imagination. However, there's no proof that I passed that disc to the inspector.
Objection.
But then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the people? I'm under no obligation to explain. What? Yes, I lied in my testimony, that I admit. So, sentence me accordingly. But that is all I admit. Murder? Leaking government secrets? And striking a deal with the detective. All of it is this young Eastern man's fancy? I have no idea what any of that is about. You... what? Well, what about you then, Inspector Gregson? Did you admit to making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc? Ladies and gents of the jury, as a Scotland Yard inspector, I will declare this and nothing more. I'm acting in the best interest of the country. Whatever I've done it's been in the name of justice. So, as members of the public of this fine country, I'd like to think that justice will be your guiding light when you're making your decision. Gee, they're so scummy. What the fuck? What's that justice? It's quite the quandary indeed. Rarely have I encountered such extraordinary tumultuousness in the concluding of a trial. Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it is time that we put the matter to the jury for their final leanings. Well now, as a fellow servant of Queen and Country, I must say I sympathize for the old inspector. What? Yes, he's a dependable man, I'm quite sure. In service, one becomes a good judge of character. He literally lied on the stand. Dude's making deals with criminals. Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's all blurred to me. Well, as a fellow professional, I'd like to put my faith in the detective, really. Brayden is highly skilled operator stuff, currently in presence of idle stuff. We are so fucked, aren't we? Detective was very much thrust in my eyes. Has very much thrusting eyes. More than this, I cannot say. These 6 jurors are... they're going to believe Gregson. If they declare their decision now. Is Ginny going to be found guilty? If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then we're going to lose. If there's some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Windybank, or stole those government secrets, or some evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with the witness. Well, what if we just pressure him, you know? We'll play the music unless he admits. I think it's time I impose on the jurors to declare their final decisions now. That is, unless you have some compelling evidence you have thus far not presented to the court. Can I please just get the disc as evidence and play it? Let the judge call on the jurors to announce their leanings. Gino will be found guilty. So there's no choice, Bruno. You have to throw some more evidence at them. This is it now. It all comes down to this. Who do I present evidence against? Gregson or Graydon? Ooh. So either pin the murder on him or the fact that he had the disc, or I make Gregson spill the beans. Didn't get anything new. Can I just throw the machine at him? Inspector Gregson, there's one final piece of evidence I would like you to see. What's that then? If you refuse to acknowledge that you did in fact strike a deal with the witness here today, then you leave us no choice but to examine this piece of evidence thoroughly. Well, go on. This is my last chance. Looks like I'm going to have to force his hand here. Do I need to examine it first? I guess not.
Take that!
Dispatch! Mr. McGill's Peculiar Music Box console? Yes. With the disc already in place, ready to play. I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time, with the second disc, we just discovered set in place as well.
Hold it!
No, wait! I cannot let you do that. Why not? Because, well... Because it's got nothing to do with the case, that's why.
Objection!
Not true, Inspector. Eh? The defense has already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier from this music box were part of a Morse code message. We know that Morse code comprises of two distinct tones. The defense believes that the second disc contains the second tone needed to complete the message, and now we have a chance to confirm that theory. Crying out loud, sunshine. We're talking about state secrets here. You go letting the whole courtroom hear confidential information like that. It's treason. Then do you admit the charge? That in order to protect those state secrets, you engage in unlawful dealings with the witness? You're mad. If you let that secret information out into the public domain, you'll be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot!
Objection!
Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leaked confidential case details to a witness. That you continue to lie to the court, and all because, by fair means or foul, you are determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine. Don't you dare. I'll sweat nothing to protect my client. I don't care if we make an enemy of. My lord, if you please. The court must hear the sound made by that music box. Come on, Zeeks. For Pete's sake, stop it.
Objection!
Yeah. Oh, give him the leg raise. Inspector, you should know my methods by now. I'm a prosecutor. I'm no Scotland Yard puppet. Ugh. In this courtroom, my duty is to the law. So let me propose a toast. To uncovering the truth, by fair means or for hell yeah, brother. Oh. Very well. The defense's stance here is that of the prosecution has been made... What? Sorry. The defense's stance here and that of the prosecution's has been made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defense's request, the court will now listen as this music box is set in operation once more. This time, with the second disc in place and both discs playing simultaneously. Oh, listen to that. It's unmistakable now. It's Morse code. Alright, I admit it. Whatever you want. But for the love of God, shut that blooming box up! Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. Did you, or did you not, strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon? Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box test? Did you reveal the existence of the people in the pawnbroker's storeroom door, Inspector? I did. Stop! What are you doing, man? It's all exactly like the young Eastern lawyer said. When the trial resumed after the recess, and we were stood here in the stand together, that's when he approached me with the deal. Shut up, you imbecile. Shut up! Psst, you there. You're the detective who turned up at the pawnbrokery the other day, aren't you? I may have something you're looking for, Inspector. With me at this very moment. So how about a trade? I suggest you accept. Information that may make certain individuals uncomfortable will soon become very public indeed. Can't believe I couldn't let that information become public knowledge. Not under any circumstance. So I accepted this man's proposal and told him details about the case that should have put him in the clear. The people on the storeroom door and the bloodstains on the overcoat. By giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that. Did you still reveal those details to facilitate the witness's perjury? I did. And then it turned out the people had only been made that night after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that. And I'm perfectly honest. If I'm perfectly honest. Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction for a very serious crime. Namely this. You are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Winniebank. You... Jesus. Traitor! Whoa. Did he just choke a piece of chip out of him? Bailiff, restrain that man! At once! That's it then. It's all over. I despised my life growing up. Those slums are vile places. I was cursed from birth, born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had was never spent on me. So I set about studying, to better myself, to one day escape from that hellhole. And you eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination. But then you decided to try to sell government secrets. Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even so, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me in the small hours. I wanted to drown them out with more money than anyone who lived in that squalor could ever imagine. Then one day, I met him. Mr. Magnus McGilded. You're a fiend? You're a fiend with a queer talent. So are you? I've money to throw your way if you're interested. All you need to do is go along with me, little plane now. I was to steal the Ministry's telegraphic message logs, and McGilded would buy them for a handsome sum. As I was responsible for inspections of the Ministry's communication office, it was a simple enough task. The lure of the devil's offerings. How easy it is to succumb. But you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you were committing. And for that reason, I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable. By using the music box, my father was a brickmaster, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child. Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton. That's right. He was very skilled with his hands. He'd once been a music box maker's apprentice. I imagined his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that could generate Morse code. So I sought out my father again to employ his services. It was the very first time I'd seen him since I left the slums 10 years earlier. Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you've become, eh? It was a different man, the one I... What? The one in my memory. A thin, frail old man. But poverty had never broken him. Never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure that he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason. So I made up a story. Got some work for you, Father. I need some music box discs made. Music box discs, eh? A musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. I've brought the score with me. There are two, actually. I'd be delighted, son. 20 years since I did any work like this at all. Fetch my tools, would you? They're in the loft. And so I had him make the two discs. Thereby splitting the information in two. You were taking considerable precautions indeed. I was to protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with McGilded in two separate transactions. The first involved the first two discs and the music box for playing them. First of the two discs. And I exchanged them with McGilded for 10 guineas. Then, on receipt of the second disc, he would pay 1,000 guineas. Jesus. So, what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago? Was the second part of the deal the exchange of the second disc? Yes. I'd sold the man information that way a number of times already, but it seems he became reluctant to part with his money. That doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Graydon. Well, why was it that on the omnibus 2 months ago, your father, Mr. Milverton, was the one dealing with Mr. McGilded and not yourself? When I received the 1,000 guineas after the first completed dealings with McGilded, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. But my father realized something was amiss. In time he worked out that I must have been involved in something dubious. And when he did, he said to me, "Next time there's an exchange, you let your old man do it, understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore." It's my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb into the omnibus, hand over the second disc, and take the money from McGilded. That's it. He had no idea what was actually on the disc I asked him to make. Never knew. Just like I never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that the disc was taken from him, and he never returned home. It was only then that I found out what sort of monster McGilded really was. So after 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore on my father's name. To exact revenge. Revenge? As anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man will no doubt be able to imagine, McGilded brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways. To crush any semblance of justice in this trial. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and witnesses were bribed. The trial 2 months ago was a farce from the start to finish. My feet had barely touched the British soil back then, and I walked into that hornet's nest completely unaware of the sinister background to it all. I'd made plenty of money out of my dealings with McGilded by then, so I spared nothing in my arrangements 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire. If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in this city willing to do anything you ask. McGilded himself had shown me that. You saying that? I think you're the picture now. After he twisted everything to his favor in this courtroom to ensure that he walked free. I took matters into my own hands and delivered the justice that monster deserves. That tragic accident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly. Its death that day was caused by this man. Well, I was making trades now. It's time for the inspection. They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. Asked if I could be present for it myself. That's right. An imposter hired by me. A McGilded used his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie in their testimony. He gave the man, so I gave the man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin, one of my sham policemen ushered McGilded inside and sent him on a one-way journey to hell. An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death. A spine-chilling account indeed. But that wasn't the end of it for me. There was one loose end, you see. Loose end? Yes. I should think it's obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken to exchange with McGilded. There was indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago. Clearly because it had been removed from the scene of the crime. When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with McGilded. This is the first of 2 discs, and the music box, you need to play them. Well, look at that now. What an ingenious little invention. So then, as promised, 10 guineas for you, young man. What is this? Winniebank's pawnbrokery? Aye, it's a pawnbroker's ticket, so it is. You can use it to redeem an article I've deposited there for you. There's no need to give a name. Just hand over the ticket and tell the fiend the watchword. Put a jewel in pawn for you. It'll fetch a good 10 guineas for you if you sell it, so it will. I've never heard of a pawnbroker being used in quite that way before. Wait. If 10 guineas is enough for a jewel, then he gave him 1,000 what? That's crazy rich. London's pawnbrokeries are very useful places, you know. Each one is like an extremely secure vault. And so, I knew that if he'd taken steps to hide the disc, it would be that pawnbrokery somewhere. And that on the night he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone. I remember now that when we first met you at Winniebank's that afternoon, 2 days ago, you had a description of Miss Lestrade written down. How did you know who you were looking for? From the trial, the pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could see that. I realized immediately that she was another of McGilded's pawns. That he must have threatened her somehow. I was fully convinced it would be her who had the ticket. So I started to make some inquiries. I had a strong suspicion the girl would come out of the woodwork on the redemption deadline. Absolutely right. And yes, sure enough, she did. All I needed to do was to wait until the girl went to Winniebank's to redeem the article. Unfortunately, she redeemed only McGilded's overcoat and the 1 disc that was on his pocket. The all-important music box with the 2nd disc inside was missing. Because it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier. But I was unaware of that fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion. Meanwhile, as our investigation into the stolen government secret was progressing, we picked up on the fact that McGilded was involved. You've recovered fast. Orders were to recover stolen information as quickly as possible. So we started gathering the fellow's possessions and examining whatever we could lay our hands on. We had a full-scale investigation going on at the yard, but we had to keep it as quick as we could. Then, when the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbrokery that day, I became nervous. I was sure the music box and the 2nd disc were still here in the shop somewhere. So I knew that it was a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did. That's what prompted you to break into the place that same night. with the help of your old friends, the Skulkin brothers. What happened that night in the pawnbrokery, I can only describe as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, I'd located the music box I'd sold to McGilded on the shelves and forfeited articles. And the second disc was inside. Yes, I slipped it into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief. But then something entirely unexpected happened. What are you doing in my shop? Turned out, we broke into an American's residence. A gunshot rang out in the shop. I felt a sharp pain in my left arm. The broker fired his gun, and the bullets pierced your limb. Yes, exactly. But unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case. Before I knew what was happening, I'd fired back. The man had already turned to flee. I hadn't intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him. Unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. It struck him in the middle of the back as he fled through the storeroom door for refuge. Sorry, sorry tale. It all took place in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash and Ringo even realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. That's everything that happened at Windy Banks on the wretched night. Earlier, you called McGilded a monster. A man who used his wealth to influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. What tragic irony. For what you have done is exactly the same. You've become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply in McGilded. Yes, I think I have. Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial. However, it would seem that at last we have arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson, what of Mr. Ashley Graydon? He's been restrained, my lord, and is being escorted to the yard. He'll be charged with the murder of Mr. Windybank and the stealing of government secrets. Very good. And you, Inspector, regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself. Yes, my lord, of course. It transpires that you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. That fact remains, whether or not you were doing so in line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable. Now to the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. Yeah? It is time for the final adjudication. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Yes, sir. Garrett Squadron, standing by, sir. This is really... What? This is really it now. The last push, the final call, the final finishing whistle. The men are ready to deliver their verdicts. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You will now declare your final decisions to the court.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Nice. I did not even notice that. Is that the first time, or did you do that before? The old man just passes it out and slams his head on the desk. Ah, it's the stuff. I'm off the hook. Finally, Bruno. You finally managed to do it. Finally, it's the word. It really was. I really wasn't sure if we'd come out on top for a while now. Susie was right. Sorry, why did I give her an accent? You're the best lawyer in the world. Miss Lestrade, I'm not finished with you yet. Eh? What are you looking at me like that for? Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider. Eh? 2 months ago, in my courtroom no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? And in relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Windybank's pawnbrokery, you also attempted to abscond with Mr. McGilvert's property, it seems. Eh. I never done nothing of the sort. Of course not. Not like you were gleefully wearing Mr. McGilvert's coat in your cell yesterday or anything. Oh, and just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Ginny this evening. And turning our attention to the defense, determining that when played together, the music box discs contained a message in Morse code was... Well, it was certainly a most unexpected revelation, console. Quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard. I don't believe a word this guy is saying. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast. To demanding that government secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom. Very sorry about that. It was the only way I could get the Inspector Gregson to admit to what he'd done, so... If I may say something on that point... It's, I've heard the sounds produced by the music box before. I do wonder if that was really Morse code at all. What? What are you saying, madam? Oh, well, it's just that I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see. So much so that the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes for me, in fact. So that the father duped Mr. McGilden and that's why he had to die? Goodness, madam. An unhealthy level of obsession one feels. But I must say that, in my opinion, the sounds produced by those two discs were nothing more than that. A meaningless series of two different tones. What? Can that really be? It wasn't Morse code after all? My lord, the defense would like to listen to the music box again. Are you not? How many times do I have to tell you those discs contain minstrel secrets, Sunshine? This courtroom is not the appropriate forum for this to discuss the nature of the government communications. We know McGill conspired to trade national secrets with our enemies. Secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon. Now that the man is acquitted to his crimes, we have no need to pursue this matter further. But it's really going to bother me. Miss Lestrade. Yeah, my lord. That which you have seen today here in the... Oh, Jesus Christ, I'm sorry. That which you have seen here today... That which you have seen today here in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing. Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalogue of depravity. An appalling experience to befall any child. Come on, it ain't nothing I don't see most days in the back slums. I beg your pardon? You're weak, you pay for it. It's just how life goes. Gina. But look, I reckon I've worked something out today. The world ain't fair, but they want it to change. You've gotta start at home. You've gotta change how you are yourself. Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I eagerly look forward to the born-again Miss Lestrade never gracing my courtroom with her presence again. Now, with regard to the murder of Mr. Bob Winnibag, proprietor of the pawnbrokery business on Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, not guilty. Ayy. I forgot about the fireworks. That is all. Court is adjourned. Oh? On a personal note, I must say you've surprised me, my Far Eastern friend. Oh. Despite being a Nipponese, you saw through the pretense onto the malice that festered within that Englishman. And at the same time, you saw the grime to the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures. I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings. We're not so very different on the inside. You know, I took this case for one very simple reason. To lock sounds of you once again here in the courtroom. You did? When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed. Through you, I hope to look into the eyes of the man I once knew and try to understand. You mentioned something similar earlier today, about total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. What happened exactly? Well, you may ask. And one day, when the time comes, you will learn the answer, whether you like it or not. Alright then, I'll wait for that day, if I must. I'm coming to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey. and my retirement from service 5 years ago. It gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. So farewell, my learned Nipponese fellow, until we meet again. Nice. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. It's done! It's over at last. I hope they wrap this up quickly. Because we haven't dropped frames in a while and we could use the chance to play some Final Fantasy. Why's Aris disappeared too? Yeah. Congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along. I knew that you were innocent. Well, you did what you said, Mr. Naraodo. You believe in me, right up to the end? Resort is your name. What's odd about it? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I? No one ever has before, see? But the promise, I mean, properly. It's awful. I figured something out today. After me life, growing up in the slums, never trusted no one. But that's just because I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down. Yeah, I think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of it in that trial 2 months ago. I chose to trust someone and paid for it. The betrayal left a big scar. You know though, Gina, I worked something out quite recently too. Trusting in someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. And when your gut tells you it's the right thing to do, and your trust is rewarded, there's no better feeling in the world. I think I have you to thank for reminding me of that valuable lesson. Oh, well, you say so. Make a fair lot of sense to me though. I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure. For crying out loud, pack it in. Ding, 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 ding. But I suppose I sort of feel the same way. I mean, sometimes trusting people... What? Sometimes trusting someone else is, alright. Thanks. This is the way I see it, Rinosuke. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean. Am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be? Pardon the interruption. But what the deuce does a man have to do to be noticed around here, my dear fellow? That voice. It's too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruhodo. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for an eternity. It's time for my autism to come out. Yes, it was me all along, I would have said when finally you noticed me. You people, with your incessant babbling. Mr. Sholmes! Ahaha! Yes, it was me all along, you see? This fucking guy. I'd assumed you'd been taken back to the hospital, to be honest. Indeed I was. But I managed to escape again. Oh. Happened to be aware of one or two foibles of the doctor who was tending to me. I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily issued me with a leave of absence. Oh, very above board. But enough of my adventures. That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruhodo. Your tireless efforts justly rewarded, I feel. Congratulations are in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat to you. Oh, thank you. Some great detective you are. Great at being cold as ice, maybe. I hurt you in some way, Miss Lestrade. We've been having a snooze in your nice soft bed. Some of us have been fighting for our lives. Oh, well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, it's true. So, I have indeed been feeling somewhat cold. Not perhaps as cold as ice, but, well, have a feel. Could you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Sholmes? And in some way, I suppose, congratulations are in order for you too, Miss Lestrade. What's that supposed to mean? Why so avarded? Well, naturally, it isn't my intention to alarm you, but an acquittal in a trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious. Well done, Mr. Sholmes. Not alarming in the slightest. Oh, the Reaper, you mean? Because anyone who's found guilty in a trial was working on wins up... What? Because anyone who's found not guilty in a trial he was working on winds up dead anyway. Steadied. The very point I was trying to make. As exemplified by the fate of Mr. McGilded, in fact. Well, we know that he had nothing to do with Mr. McGilded. Ah, but of course, I pay no attention to such irrational drivel myself. Yeah, well, it don't bother me. Oh, really? Of course not. The way I see it, the Reaper's a bit like... I'm upstairs. I'm upstairs? What? I'm upstairs? You mean like God? Yeah, him upstairs knows what's what, right? He knows what people are like on the inside. He won't have got the wrong end of the stick. There are some girls like that bog trotter who are rotten to the core. At the end of the day, him upstairs makes sure they get what they deserve. I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Blind justice is one thing though, the Reaper taking matters into his own hands and claiming lives is another. Well, and like the McGildeds of this world, so ain't scared. I got principles, see. A trait in you which is to be admired, Miss Lestrade. Wait, just give it a rest, alright? As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina. Well then, there you are, Hurley. How long have you been here? Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there. Ah, Iris, my dear. I do apologize. But wait until I tell you what happened. This pair made utter fools of themselves. What happened? As you know, I have a penchant for disguise. I was hiding in this room dressed as a bailiff. But these dolls didn't notice my presence at all. Oh, they had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris? Would you credit it? Not sure, really. I beg your pardon. I'm sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have. In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's going to land you in trouble one day. Oh my god. Put in his place by a 10-year-old. Be careful. Ouch. Anyway, it's such a shame. I was just hoping to throw a party for Ginny tonight, but you won't be able to come, will you? Don't look like I'm gonna be going nowhere for a while. You're at the judge's better. I got stuff to make amends for, apparently. All them offenses. What was it again? Breaking and entering, taking the bog trotter stuff? What was in luck? Blah blah blah. Yeah, I think you'll find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offense. But damn it ain't an offense, it's a job, innit? I don't think so. Still, it has got me thinking all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you did start off as a lawyer, did you, Odo? Didn't start off as a lawyer. Well, no, but I was never a pickpocket. Oh yeah, you make a dream seem unattainable. I reckon I could make a change. Gonna do something for them a lot like me from the slums. Something that makes a difference for them. That's a wonderful idea, Ginny, and I'm sure you can do it. What is it? Nothing. I wonder if she has fully modeled arms. Or if, you know, they just stop at that sleeve and die off. The prison carriage has arrived, madam. Come with me to the rear gate at once. Right. Well, looks like I'm off then. Yeah, goodbye, Gina. And good luck. Udo? Yeah? 10 years of loading. Okay. What was that for? I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say, so... Yeah, indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase hitherto missing from your vocabulary, Miss Lestrade. Yeah. On occasions such as this, I would recommend a simple thank you. Oh. Oh, yes. It's good advice, Ginny. Right, I see. Well... thanks, Odo. Thank you for everything, what you've done, for believing in me. Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. What? Thank you, Gina. Beep, 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 beep. Well, there she goes. Wonder if I'll ever see her again. Oh, I'm sure we will. Well, quite the indomitable pig purse. Oh, I nearly forgot. I bought a paper outside. It's a special edition, and this trial is all over the front page. Pickpocket's innocent proven. Isn't it wonderful? You should have shown it to Gina, Iris. She would have been thrilled. Oh no, it was silly of me. Ah, but anyway, would you like the good news or the bad news? Not again. Well, what do you say, Bruno? Hurley? As usual, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Absolutely not. I have no intention of listening to anything but good news. And there you have it. How people answer that question says a lot about them, doesn't it? Let's not go there. Alright then, maybe let's start with the good news this time. Didn't we start with the good news last time too? Oh no, we didn't. The rain finally stopped. It was a record level of rainfall apparently. Well, it is good news indeed. We can journey back in greater comfort. Alright then, what's the bad news? A huge storm has left the seas very choppy. The channel in particular is awful, so sailings out of Dover have been delayed by a day or more. That's right. If we head to the station immediately, we may still make it in time to wave Susie off. But there won't be a train, surely. We couldn't be that lucky. Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruto? I have my own train. Mr. Jones? Whoops. I rushed to Victoria Station earlier and made arrangements for a special express. If we hurry now, we shall be there in time for dinner. What? And I know for a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole. I don't. The great detective does it again. Indeed he does. I happen to be aware of a number of the rail transport director's foibles. What? I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily laid on the locomotive. Elementary. Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way. What are you waiting for then? To London, Victoria! 18th of April, 5:32 AM, Port of Dover. Wayside. That took somewhat longer than I had anticipated. Susie's boat must be about to leave now. Miss Susato, where are you? Over there, look. Looks like she's reading something.
Hold it!
Miss Susato, wait, what are you doing? Pod littering. Mr. Naruto? What are you doing here? We came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, we heard that sailings had been delayed due to the bad weather, you see. Oh, I see. Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go? It went well. She was acquitted. That's wonderful. Really wonderful news. The book you were about to throw into the sea. It was the encyclopedia of British law, wasn't it? Oh dear. I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now. So, I was saying my final farewell. You were saying goodbye to law? You, Susato-san? Would I be correct in assuming it's because of the people, Miss Susato? I deliberately altered the scene of a crime, and then I tried to hide the fact. What I did is utterly unforgivable. It reminds me... How did you even come to have this, Susie? On the evening of the incident, Mr. Sholmes had invited Gina to dinner, if you remember. Oh yes, we had a wonderful time. Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? To the art of pickpocketing, I mean. Oh, that was so much fun. I stole Ruro's armband. Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. That band is very important to me. Well, if it's so important, you should pay more attention to it. You didn't notice for ages. On a whim, I thought it would be fun to see if I could take the cat flapper mat, so I put it up my sleeve. And then I rather forgot about it, until I found myself in Mr. Windybank's shop with it later that night. I see. Didn't we go to that shop until it was like after bedtime already? And then... After Mr. Naruto had left the shop, I started to think. That door started to play on my mind. The storeroom door, you mean? Yes. If Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could only be behind that door. And at that moment, the little device that I had up my sleeve sprang to mind. I was so worried about Gina, I simply had to know. So, you used the cat flapper mat to make the peephole in the door? As captured in the photographic print of the shop. By one of Hurley's red-handed recorders. Indeed, it was the first importance that... what? Was of the first importance at that point. Precisely when the peephole was made, that information would prove to be Mr. Naruto's greatest weapon. Though naturally without proof, it would have amounted to nothing. But when I looked through the hole in the door, the sight that makes my eyes made my blood run cold. Thoughts started to run through my mind. I remembered that trial 2 months earlier. The trial of Magnus McGilded. I thought about how he had manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. It made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? Because from the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Windybank. Even though I was sure she would never have done such a thing. You were worried about the true culprit, that the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime. That's right. But then I realized it would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case. What do you mean? Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind the door of a locked room. For someone to claim falsely to have witnessed it, there would have to be a way to see beyond the door. For which the people would be the very thing. Only the people I had made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed, of course. And the criminal would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference. But the possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not? So, is that why you kept it a secret, Susie? You never mentioned it, that you made the peephole to anyone, not even the police. I know. And I knew that at the time what I was doing was wrong, a criminal offense even. And that's why I decided to confide in Mr. Sholmes. If Mr. Naruto was completely backed into a corner, with no other possible means of escape, the truth about the people could save him. That was my plan. It really does think of everything. But then... why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began? My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If she had done that, it would have rendered you complicit in the whole escape. Escapade? Did he say? Escapade. You could have been disbarred if you had been seen to have knowingly tampered with the crime scene. So Miss Susato decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility alone. For your sake, and Miss Lestrange's. Miss Susato. The truth is, when it happened, I did it because I'd lost a little of my faith in the law. I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime. But the moment I allowed myself to think that is the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant. What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Graydon is the one who lied on the witness stand using the peephole as a way to implicate Gina. And besides, if the peephole inconsistency hadn't existed, I'm not all that sure that she would have been acquitted in the end. Miss Susato, what you did saved Gina's life. Well, with your kind words, Mr. Naruhodo, you've saved me too from my regrets. Well, we must all be thankful that Miss Lestrange's freedom has been assured. Although some of the loose ends in that trial will continue to play on my mind, I'm sure. But the revelation that the music box discontained secret messages, Mr. Naruhodo. What a triumph to work that out. I'm full of admiration. Well, actually, that argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was. Oh, it wasn't? There was a communications officer among the jury members, you see, a telegraph operator, and she said that the majority of the sounds on the disc were just meaningless tones. As one would expect. After all, we're talking about secret government communications. No doubt they were written in cipher to avoid being repeatedly understood or readily understood, should they have been intercepted. So then, we could never have hoped to understand the message anyway? Nonsense, my dear fellow. It's quite a zero-pipe problem, I assure you. What? Huh? Wait, Aris, what did you just say? I just said Isogi. Does that word mean something to you? Mean something? Isogi is the name of my best friend. What? But how? How do you know that name, Iris? I wrote it down during the trial before, when the message was playing on the music box. She transcribed it on the fly? She really is a genius. I thought the message probably wouldn't be written out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. But whenever I tried, the words just didn't seem to make any sense. That is, in English at least. Okay. It suddenly occurred to me, you see, there's more than one Morse code, not just the English variety. Various countries around the world have altered and added to Morse code to use it in their own languages. I don't believe it. Are you saying? That's right. I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before, but I think it's based on the Iroha pangram, isn't it? And you mean to say that in Japanese Morse code the message says Asogi? Yeah, I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember all of the Japanese Morse code. Aris, would you let me see that? Miss Susato, do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code? Yes, I spent some time studying it. Because I'm quite sure Morse code will become ever more important for international communications. Then might I recommend, my dear madam, that you focus on your efforts on the English version? Be that as it may, Aris, show me the message, please. Of course. I don't think we're gonna get to play Final Fantasy today. But what can this possibly mean? Whatever it is, that long sequences of supposedly meaningless dots and dashes. It's made the color drain from Susato-san's face. There's no doubt that this message is written in Japanese Morse code. So the British Empire has been using Japanese for its secret communications. I don't understand the reason why, but, well, info trading. The message appears to be a list of 4 people's names. 4 names? The first is Kei Asogi. Kazuma Asogi. I'm guessing one is her dad. The second is A. Shin. Shin? I don't recognize that name. Third is T. Duregu-san. Duregu... Rexum? Ah. It would seem Tobias Gregson is the 3rd man on the list. What's his name doing on a secret government communication as well? And the last name... What's the matter, Miss Susato? It's just so strange, so unexpected. Oh, what is it, Susie? Don't keep us in suspense. The last name is J. Wilson. Okay. I thought one of them was... I mean, I expected this, but I expected her dad to be on it too. Uh-huh. What? Wilson? John H. Wilson? You mean Daddy? It says only J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. Then after the 4 names it reads, if I translate from Japanese, that is all 4. And that's the end of the message, or rather, the end of what you noted down, Iris. I just can't believe it. Who would ever have thought that those discs contained Japanese Morse code? Not to mention a strange list of some disturbingly familiar names. It would appear that this particular message is a communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan. So, Daddy could be in Japan then, where Susie and Runo come from. Oh, well... no. Not very likely, is it? I mean, there are thousands of people with surnames Wilson, and there must be lots of J's among them. Besides John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial... Yeah. I mean, I feel like you should just let her know at some point, you know? You just keep the knowledge from her, while you know what's going on. That just, I don't know, it feels cruel. This is so strange. Somehow, in solving the case of Mr. Windybank's murder today. Also, why hasn't she been alerted yet by officials? I feel like I've rolled back a boulder into a month of a very dark cave. At the mouth of a very dark cave, never mind. I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside. Oh dear, the ship is going to set sail soon. Yes, it seems so. I'd sail on that steamship first to the port of Dunkirk in France. Then I'd change into a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan. You're really going then, Susie? We wish you a safe passage, Miss Susato. Thank you so much. I wish all of you the very best. Miss Susato, I'd hoped to have you always at my side, to guide me and support me. Mr. Naruhodo, please, come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world. I'm quite sure I'll be back before you know it. Really, Susie? Oh, no, don't forget, Iris. I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill. A promise? Really, the genius forgot? But your manuscript. Oh yes, the Hound of the Basketballs. Well, I'll be waiting for you then, Susie. A promise is a promise. Definitely, Iris. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Do you remember the first time we met? Yeah, of course. On the SS Burya, when I was dragged out from that wardrobe, still half asleep. If I remember rightly, you threw me half across the cabin with Susato takedown. You know very well that I'm talking about after that. It's strange about being thrown together as we were in that case. I somehow felt straight away that you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-san's great legacy. And my instincts were right. I really want to believe. No. I'm sure that I'll be back soon. Farewell until then. We make the sound. Do it. Hell yeah.
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least. Looking back now, it feels as though fate has led me on this journey. Fate led me to becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective. I'm sure there'll be trials and tribulations ahead. Of course there will. But whatever happens, I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around. After all, I have the greatest friends in the world on my side.
Very cool. Could we not just end it on that note? We have to talk to Sholmes. I have some rather awkward news. The railway company has decided to sue over the Special Express train, apparently. What? Because such a commotion on the line, all the other trains had to wait at stations. But really, we would never have made it to Dover in time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything and how it was all your fault. I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. But not to worry, my dear fellow. According to Miss Susato, you love defending yourself in court. surely that's not gonna be the next case. It's alright. I'm perfectly happy to testify. You really didn't look like the sort of man who'd do something so outrageous. What? Mr. Holmes. Yes. A word if you don't mind. Well, certainly. Any word you like. Bellow it out, my dear fellow. Oh yes, I love Bruno's words, and I know just the one he'll use here. Then, I really must say...
Objection!
Wait. Wait. No, right? This is not the end. This is not the game. What? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Did that happen after the other cases? In the following weeks, hundreds of music boxes arrived at Baker Street from all over. This feels like an epilogue of like, what? Something was afoot. So I advertised them for sale, used by Mr. Sholmes to solve a mystery. The money I've earned consulting detective work pays a pittance by comparison. Wait, this is not the end of the game, right? There's more. Haven't slept a wink. This manuscript is due tomorrow now. When I'm this busy, Holly usually, well, cooks is an overstatement. For some dry toast and something coffee. I do miss Susie and a lovely Japanese breakfast. What's Japanese? I mean, I know like a bit of Japanese breakfast, but isn't it just scrambled eggs and, you know, a light salad? Wait, witness, your testimony is riddled with contradictions. Exactly. Rarely do rare Coben coins hide under rare steak. Well, I don't know Sean knows his father is an innocent man. Witnesses, my courtroom is no place for a... But there's no way this is the end. This feels so incomplete if it is. Surely this is just Act 1. There's more. Naga, I forgot about this guy. And Gilbert. But last night I apprehended an extremely suspicious Japanese national on board. I've done nothing wrong! All I did was give Wagai's offspring refuge in my pocket. A man brings some kittens on board and suddenly he's a hardened criminal. It's not fair! Show me the kittens. But even as like a... I mean... Scientific investigations will be the gold standard for policing in the new age. I dream of a world governed by the tenets of order, like a great clock in fact, whose hundreds of parts mesh together in a perfect harmony, motion. Now if you excuse me, I've put 2 minutes and 37 seconds until my next appointment. The latest Rance magazine is out. And I'm in it again. Whenever I say that one line she wrote now, I get a standing ovation. Wanna hear it? Not bad, I suppose. For an amateur. Okay, buddy, the fact that you didn't get cut. Ah, her ladyship puts me to shame. Visiting the old girl on a daily basis, of course. Joni, my old jailbird. Must say, battling with those belly stairs every day has done wonders for my deeping. Bridging over the well with house right to her, maybe it's tapped out, I'd say. But the gossiping neighbors don't realize the man of the house is his own maid. Ishin Sakurai. And Rolly is back on the beat again. Oh, thanks to the Reaper. There's nothing I enjoy more than they hunting out small change on the gutter. I'm a brother, you know, looking out for the loners, they're dropping her pennies on my lovely wife. Oh, barely. Oh, Rolly. Looks like I'm gonna be. I can't do the accent and talking fast. It's too much brain power. I just comes back after the day and I'm saying I'm bored. She's always going in the boat and in the case. What Sholmes is looking into. Criminal investigations are kind of interesting when I get into them. Yes, I renounce my upbringing and shows a lack of sophisticated crime, but regrets, please. Big over, bruv. Give over, bruv. There ain't the age I know. We got time in here playing coming and Micron, right? The three musket, what's it? Making the neighborhood for all it's worth? Yeah, go milk the neighborhood. This past 6 months has been a time I shall remember for everyone. Painful goodbyes and wonderful encounters. I've come to realize that's what life is all about. Naruhodo-san, I promise. The assistant will return to you one day. But for now, I leave you with many memories and a heartfelt wish that life will treat you well. I mean, I don't know what to say. We'll have to see if this continues or not. It's weird to have this intermission if it does continue, because it shows all cases. But if this doesn't continue, then this is so weird as a game. Because it's not done. Mark Ota, Bradley Clarkson, Rina Takashi. Yeah, are they British or are they Japanese? I really can't tell you. Guess they are British. I just found British Japanese people. But yeah, what about the Swan Lady? This is crazy. Keyframe cleanup. In between. They had animators for additional in between. They had animators for all those things. Offline editing. Well, not offline, but off the line. Betcha the first one is Sholmes. Or the second one because of the stupid mustache. She's so small. I guess she's also, you know, A, Japanese, B, 16 years old, so would be surprising otherwise. I guess you could say that Mr. Natsume is beyond small, especially since he's kind of wearing heels in a way. I would love for him to do the leg thing here, but, you know, no table to do it. She gonna join? Nope. There's no way this is over. Nah, I don't believe it. I don't buy that for a second. Okay, that's, I mean, that art goes kind of hard, but... But it didn't even let me save, so there actually isn't anything else. What? No, 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 no. This is it? There's 5 cases and this is it? Wait, hold on. We gotta do some research here. This is not it. This is... Special contents? Okay. I mean, that's cool, I guess. Huh. They were gonna give him a bit of a closer cut. glasses even. I like that little overcoat thingy. Also cute designs, cannot lie. What alternate designs did they have for this maniac? That was the original design for, well, I guess this too. For him and... oh god, how did I forget her name already? I want to say Iris. Is it Iris? Yeah. I don't know where that... This is just beyond cute. I really like this detail. I don't know why. No, I don't vibe with the bear cap. Gotta be honest, I gotta say either this head or head off. The middle one, no. This just looks like, what's her name? Persona Toaster. Oh my god, why, what is my issue? What's my issue with the names right now? What's your name, what's your name, what's your name, what's your name? Whatever, you know who I mean. I don't know about that one. Sick pose. Okay, no, that's not it. Glasses maybe, but not like that. Oh, alternate designs for this guy? No. What the hell? That's just actually Dio-coded. Someone's been playing a lot of Castlevania, eh? Okay, this is just... No, I gotta say, they really kind of nailed it with this design. This is such a good design. This just comes off as a bit too pompous. Yo! Wait, I forgot that my mouse is not where your mouse is. I'm checking the complete right design right now. I don't know where it's different. I'm just dying. This swan lady that never came up again. Very important to draw in bold, yes, yes. This is just cutscenes, I'm guessing. Wait, what? Special Trial 2017? Great Special Trial? Oh. 7 Days of Sin Evening? Oh, what are we... How long is this?
...15年を振り返る特別法廷を開廷します。弁護側、検察側とも準備はよろしいですかな。
準備以前に、どこですかここは。
大司院大日本帝国の法廷です。いわゆる明治時代の。
いわゆる明治時代。
あ、それってもしかしてご先祖様とかいるのかも。
もっと驚こうよ迷いちゃん。
どうやら
The voice actor Phoenix Wright kind of goes hard, I gotta be honest.
あまり気にしないことです。それでは検察側はいかがですかな。準備の方は。
なんというか、僕弁護士なのですけど。
今日はいろいろな都合でそちらに立っていただきます。
何やら大人の都合のほのかな香りがいたしますね。
What am I looking at? What are we watching here?
ケンジさん、あなたはどなたですか？妙に親近感があるような。
確かに僕も同じことを考えていました。なんというか、とても他人とは思えないというか。
それではせっかくなのでお互い自己紹介を願いましょうか。
僕は弁護士のなるほどゆうすけであります。
なるほど。
Oh, so his name is... Okay.
お兄様では。何しろギザギザが多いですから。
生き別れの兄にはあいにく覚えがありません。
聞いたことがあるぞ。
What?
僕の先祖に龍之介という名前の弁護士がいるって。
じゃああのおじいさんは。
僕のご先祖様？
今さりげなくおじいさん呼ばわりでございましたね。
なんだか妙に老け込んだ気分です。
やっぱりそういうことだったんだ。お隣のあなたは私のご先祖様なんですね。おしとやかで凛としてて、まさに理想のご先祖様。
My ideal ancestor.
私は法務助手の御言葉すさとでございますが。
完全に赤の他人だったね。
なんだろう、この強烈ながっかり感。なんだか申し訳ございません。せっかくですから
How do you fix this?
綾里家の先祖になってください。
Okay.
綾里すさと、確かに語呂は良いかと存じますが。
人類史上かつてない不条理なお願いをされましたね、スサトさん。
語呂はいいのにな。綾里すさと。
本日は逆転裁判15周年の1年間を振り返るものとします。
Okay.
15周年ですか？
ええ、2001年初代逆転裁判が誕生。それを記念して
Do you feel old yet?
1年いろいろやってきましたね。
そうそう、今年の1月にはでっかいイベントをやったり、15周年特別法廷、あれは楽しかったよね。
ああ、15年という時の重さをみんなと噛みしめたってね。
待った、一言よろしいでしょうか。
何ですか？
時の重さをかみしめる記念であるのならば、まずなるほど様の生誕100年以上こそ祝うべきではございませんか。
100年以上？
やめましょう、佐藤さん。時が重すぎて床が抜けます。
いやはや、まさに人生の先輩。ありがたや、ありがた
Jesus
や。
Christ.
拝まれてしまいましたね。
気軽に明治を振り回すのは控えた方が良さそうです。
それに去年は舞台をやったり、ついにテレビアニメにもなったりね。いやー、私たちも毎週お楽しみだったよね。
Should I watch that?
テレビ？
アニメ？
一体何のことか。一から説明してもらおうじゃありませんか。
100年の壁は分厚いみたいだな。やっぱり。
あと今年はあれもありましたね。オーケストラコンサート。なんと9年ぶりだったそうです。
9年分の感動があったよね。私泣いちゃったもん。
待った。
オーケストラ。
Okay, you must know what an orchestra
コン
is.
サート？
Oh, don't pretend.
ああ、交響楽団の演奏会ですか。それなら先祖でも
Okay.
わかりますね。
ベートーベン様、モーツァルト様、バッハ様。
Bach? I'm pretty sure they mean Bach.
全く読めないけど、納得してくれたみたいだ。
この頃の何でも感じて
Yeah.
ちまえって風潮、何だったんだろうね。
確かにね。シェイクスピアがサオーだっけ？
What?
じゃあ
Really?
なるほどくんは差し詰めなるおだね。
沖縄はやめようか。こっちも老け込んだ気分になるよ。
そしてつい先日8月3日のことでしたね。大日本帝国国民待望の大逆転裁判2ついに発売。
Wait. What?
ありがとうございます。
いやー、僕たちもしっかり遊ばせてもらいましたよ。
私だってすっかり感動
Wait, there's a second one? Alright, what?
そうだね。何しろ。すべての謎が今解き明かされました。
Exactly, that's what I've been saying!
あれ？どうかしましたか？
But is the second one not ported to PC, please?
この数年強烈な重圧だったもので。
ご先祖様の方にもいろいろあったのでございます。
何しろ全てはご先祖から始まったわけです。いやはやありがたやありがたや。意義あり。
お言葉ですが、裁判長のただいまの発言は完全に矛盾しています。
Why?
なんですと。どういうことですか。
実はさっきからずっと気になっていたんですけど、ご先祖様、ある種やけに滑らかに動いてますよね。
Okay.
あれ、そうかな。
ほら、それです。
確かに。なるほどくん、机を叩くのにパカパカと絵が2コマしかないよ。
ちなみに意義ありはどんな感じですか？
意義あり。意義あり。さすがにそれは嘘でしょう。
とにかくこのパカパカっぷり、僕としてはこっちこそが先祖であり元祖の気分です。
反論できない。
つまりお互いが先祖であり、そして元祖であると。それは時空がねじれるのも無理はございませんね。
それではそろそろ閉廷の時間です。
それで僕たちどうやって帰ればいいのですか？21世紀に。
明治の街をブラブラして時間を潰すというのはいかがでしょう。
大帝都東京は華やかですから、100年なんてあっという間ですよ。
Okay.
どうやら何としてもあの一言を僕に言わせる流れみたいですね。
おお、先祖と元祖、夢の共演だね。
それでは逆転裁判のさらなる発展を祈って皆様もご一緒に。せーの。
迷いちゃ止めて
ー。時代は回る。きっとそういうことですね。
それではまたどこかでお会いいたしましょう。
Okay, that was neat. Might watch the rest just for shits and giggles, but for now. Wait, what else is there? Check that. Auditorium, I guess that's just the music. I mean, obviously it's just the music, but voice recitals and instrument. Wait, what?
Objection! Hold it! I'm sure everyone knows by now who it is.
Wait, he said something like that?
Your testimony completely contradicts the facts. Inconsistency, sir. I mean, yes, there's a clear inconsistency here. I mean, the defense demands its right to a cross-examination.
Huh? How did I never hear these?
I will become a lawyer. I have to.
Hold it!
Whoa.
Hold it!
Hold it!
I like the oomph on hers, but his also has oomph.
Hold it!
It's his objection that's kind of lacking.
Objection!
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 Susato Mikotoba, judicial assistant to the defense. Yes, I fully understand.
It really is a dream come true.
Wait, there was more to this?
Yes, I fully understand. I ask only for 5 minutes of time. I have vital evidence to substantiate the defense's claim.
I do not remember these voice acted parts at all.
We must solve this case, Naruhodo-san. By ourselves, if we have to. Prepare for a Susato takedown! Hiya!
Hell yeah!
Objection!
Ooh,
Objection!
okay.
Now, let us engage in the art of deduction. Mr. Naruhodo.
Never heard of.
Now, let us engage in the art of deduction. Mr. Naruhodo. So everyone, let us begin. Sherlock Holmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. It would seem the truth is now tantalizingly close.
Alright.
Yes, my mind is quite made up now. There can be no other explanation that accommodates all the facts.
We get to hear von Siegs.
I'm a great British consultant detective, the only one in the world. Sherlock Holmes. I presume you must have heard of me.
Okay, buddy.
Objection!
Wait, when did that? We definitely never heard her.
Objection!
They just record these for fun.
It's a great pleasure to meet you both. My name is Iris Wilson.
Were these like, you know, real? They got like voice samples they had to send in to, you know, audition basically. This was their auditioning tapes.
The tea's brewed, and I have some freshly baked biscuits as well. Look! I used this! It's my latest invention! Iris Wilson is proud to present her Logic and Reasoning Spectacular! Susie was right. You're the best lawyer in the world.
Objection!
Okay.
I have faith in you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, as a lawyer and as a friend.
Cute.
I'm determined to bring about change in our legal system. A Japanese man's katana is his soul. This blade shows me where I need to go and cuts down anything that's in my way. Leave this to me. All you need to do is put your faith in me, and I'll do the rest.
The Nipponese are a truly fascinating breed.
Say Nipponese again.
The Nipponese are a truly fascinating breed. This has gone on long enough now. This flagrant ignorance of the mechanics of law. Sherlock Holmes, you say? Yes, I've heard the name. The protagonist in a series of short stories for the vulgar classes. A god of detection or some such.
Objection! My lord, with all due respect, this is an outrage! The prosecution refuses to accept this decision.
Lord Strongheart has told me all about you. That you're a student who arrived in London but 2 days ago. A mere amateur.
Amateur?
Lord Strongheart has told me all about you. That you're a student who arrived in London but 2 days ago. A mere amateur.
Amateur. Is that the proper British pronunciation? Amateur?
The quintessential look of a sacrificial lamb.
Jesus. I mean, that makes your blood run cold.
Objection! Objection!
I like this one more, with the little stuff behind the first sentence.
Objection! My lord, with all due respect, this is an outrage! The prosecution
Oh, the rest. This is the music, right? Yeah. Okie dokie. Wait, sorry. I'm so sick. Well, it doesn't really matter. We're just here to dig around now. Oh, this is they even got the sound effects for you.
Naruhodo-san, I never imagined I would witness one of Mr. Sholmes's great deductions with my own eyes. Nothing can deceive Mr. Sholmes. In a single glance, he can deduce all there is to know about a person. It's quite true. I've read about it countless times in the adventures of Sherlock Sholmes, and now I've experienced the astonishing impact of his art firsthand.
Okay.
It really is a dream come true.
You know times, Mr. Naruhodo. I think that the...
And then, in tomorrow's papers, the headline
Is this
will
just
read,
the...
Discharged
Mrs. Sato, I'd hoped to have you always at my side, to guide me and support me.
The truth is, when it happened, I did it because I'd lost a little of my faith in the law.
Wait, are there like actual
I was
specials that I should
worried
watch?
the right person
That
wouldn't be convicted of the crime.
Wait, is there an unused... Jesus. Is there another unused version of Pursue? Or Pursuit? Ooh. Okay. What is what is Taylor? What? Wait, could I have won this the entire time? Whoa! That's completely different. Can I turn them around somehow? Shit. Choms's Japanese jumble mix? Okay. Hello there. Oh, it's only available for use in the Great Ace Attorney 2? Huh? So do I have the Great Ace Attorney 2 in my possession? Huh. But I can't select it in advance. Wait, what do they mean by... Wait, what if I click new game? Does it let me select stuff or... No, okay, never mind. Just give me back to the main menu, please. Back to title. Don't save. Yeah, it's good. It's all cool. Wait, so where do they give me these costumes when I can't wear them yet? Only available in using Grace Editor. Okay, let's check what that is about. The Great Ace Attorney Chronicles 2. Resolve. It came out for Nintendo 3DS, Android, and iOS. What? Well, hold on. Some of the Ace Attorney series came out in 2017 and they didn't manage to port it yet? Are you crazy? PC port. Steam port has numerous issues. I'm not asking for the port of the... Wait. You can buy both games as a bundle on the Switch? And Windows? That's just false information. Resolve was released worldwide in 2021 via the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, a duology compilation of both games. How do I access the second one? Sequel to the Great Ace Attorney Adventures. So I got the Chronicles. Okay, so that makes sense why I have the outfits, but how do I access that shit? Hold on. Give me to the Steam page. I am so confused right now. There's just no information. Like, there's actually barely any info on the shop side. It says a double pack of adventure. So the second game should be included. But it's not under continue and it's not under select, unless I mean it has to be under select adventure, right? Why? I am blind as shit. Don't mind me. Well, I guess there's my answer. Kind of sucks. I cannot imagine playing the first one with all these cliffhangers and then having to wait until this one comes out. Well, alright, we have our answer. We will probably continue tomorrow because I doubt my fucking provider will have fixed itself by then. Anyway, thanks for checking out the stream today, and I shall be seeing you tomorrow. See you then. Bye bye. See ya. And hopefully, you know, well, it's as soon as the lagging stops. As soon as the lagging stops, I can turn my cam on again. Because I kind of miss being there. Alright, see ya. Bye.